Hello.
You'll have to forgive me for a minute as I am right now rushing through all the different places that I am saying I am online and streaming. Hopefully, there's going to be some Americans that are going to be like, oh, I didn't know Grant was going to be streaming at this hour on this day! Exclamation point. So here's hoping. Bookie is late. Yeah, there's ambient music. You can hear it, right? It's just really fucking soft. Alright, I think that's all the places I can post. Do I need this thingy-majiggy open? Not really. I've got all that running on the side there. I am... I'm late. I'm late. I'm really buzzy late. No time to think. I'm late. I'm late. I'm late. I'm late! Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can you play BB King? I do not know what the fuck that song is, YY. And there's only some songs that I can play for copyright purposes and what have you. I can't just play whatever song I want because, like, granted, it's on a I'm putting it on a track where it doesn't pop up on the VODs, so then that way it doesn't like get pushed into YouTube and get me into even more trouble. It's classic blues. Already you've lost me. Morning, Danny. Welcome to the stream. How's Furdu going for you? Hopefully it's going alright. Actually, you know what? Let's head to the chatting screen instead, because the chatting screen sounds like a better idea than sitting in the, whatsamahoozies. Because I would like to talk to you. Hi there, Jill Jug! Welcome to the stream! Happy Sunday. Actually, no, happy Saturday for Jill, because you're saying it's the evening. It was really lovely seeing you at, Unname's, VR chat meetup. Also, let me just play the music again. So, yeah. What? What is it, YY? It's like classic blues, and it's just like, am I interested? No. The only reason I'm playing this one is because it's like, you know, it works. Good. Hello. Oh, there, Roxy Cat. Welcome to the stream. Am I a 3D artist? No, I'm not a 3D artist. At least I don't think I am. Why? Nice to see you at the party. It was nice seeing you too, Roxy Cat. I hope you had... I hope you had a wonderful time there. I dropped out of the thingamajiggy, I think, an hour or two after I joined in, because, I don't know, like, I love hanging out and doing the discussions and what have you. It's kind of, like, some discussions, like, definitely get into the side of, like, you know, I feel like people are just flirting there a lot. I don't know, maybe I'm just really dumb and I'm oblivious to, like, social cues and what have you, but it's pretty good. He's speaking as Donkey in Shrek. Well, that has nothing to do with a 3D artist thing, but I appreciate the compliment. I hope that's a compliment. Being considered like Donkey from Shrek, the popular cartoon. Well, yeah, that's because I'm horse-like. But yeah, so, also, why am I dropping frames? Why are there frames being dropped? This isn't good. Excuse me 1 minute. Frames are being dropped for some reason. A lot of... Hang on. I need to investigate what the fuck is going on with... Because there should not be anything running... Actually, stop all. Because there could be an issue with the, So that there could be doing some upload problems. Log in with Twitch. Nope, still dropping frames like crazy. Ding dong. You think I'd have a stable connection, but for whatever reason, that is not the case. So, yeah, there was an unstable connection for like 20 seconds, it looks like. It could be the case of, like, you know, there was just something going off on my Unraid server that was, you know, deciding to try and grab something, but it wasn't doing it successfully. So, seems better now. Excellent. There might be a millisecond of delay or something like that, so it's probably... I wonder if there's a way to do, like, a reset or something. The same funny way as Eddie Murphy did when his voice acting the donkey when you're talking fast. I just talk fast. That's just what happens. That's me. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but that's just me. So, yeah, anywhoosies. Happy Sunday and happy Saturday for people. It's the weekend. I had a wonderful time with my sister yesterday morning / afternoon, cleaning up the apartment and what have you. I talked about this back at the start of my stream when we were going into the Final Fantasy XIV game. We got through the MSQ patch content, which is really good, and I realized that I'm going to need to put way more time into Final Fantasy XIV in the next coming, like, you know, weeks and so then that way, number one, I'm able to go through the Alliance raid so I can get, like, more gear, but also be able to go through the current, standard raids as well. It was perfect. Thank you, YY. So, yeah, oh, something I would like to share. It was perfect. Something I would like to share. So after all the cleanup yesterday, I had chores today. I've already vacuumed my floors. I've already taken out the trash. I've already done my laundry run. So right now it's sitting on the line out in the sun. So with luck, it's not going to rain today, and all of my shit is going to be dry by the evening. But yeah, so there was a pair of jeans that were in a pile, and they are size 36, I believe. Size 36 jeans from, like, Wrangler or something like that. These are jeans that I probably got, like, all the way back in... Who's notifying me? Oh, they're just notifying me because of the thing. These are jeans that I got, like, all the way back in like, university. And they fit me. And my belt is not, like, scrunching, like, all the fabric or anything like that either. Granted, the belt is all the way down to, like, the 5th button, but, like, I am getting, like, proper, like, changes to my body in regards to my weight, which is fan-fucking-tastic. I'm able to wear smaller clothes. It's great. And this morning I woke up at 99.9 kilograms, so... Yay, the salad that I had on Tuesday night last week isn't, you know, causing havoc to my body, so that's good as well. And yeah, I'm just fucking winning. I'm like doing well. I'm really pleased with myself, and I'm keeping up with, like, the 2 liters of water a day, so my weight loss isn't going very quickly, but I find that because I'm drinking lots of water and like, you know, I'm not going for, like, unreasonable... There were some days where I did want to, you know, just eat hamburgers, don't get me wrong, but I worked through them. Perfecto, Grantio, Italiano, I believed in you. Thank you, YY, for believing in me. Thank you, everyone who did. All the viewers, the lurkers, family members believed in me, friends at work believed in me, which I really appreciate. This is, like, basically the lightest I've been in years. I almost fit into shit I had back in high school, of all things. Like, I'm starting to fit into things that I had back in university, like, over 7 years ago now. Like, that's kind of crazy to me. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the surprise tackle. Also, hi there, Staz. Welcome to the stream. Just need to keep going. Slow weight loss is something's better if you're keeping it off. Yes, that is absolutely true. Because while I am technically under 100 kilos, the more the goals that I have for myself is, number one, I would like to be under... I want to get to, like, the 25% or less body fat. because that would be a more appropriate value for me to be at, rather than the... So I have a set of scales that do all these kinds of investigations, and I imagine the more weight I lose, the more accurate the reporting is going to be as well. But right now, like, I'm sitting at a BMI of, like, 31.2, which, you know, absolutely fucking tragic, but that's not really an important value because I'm not, like, you know, your average, like, you know, Scotland Highlander that all the stats were made of, you know, back when they first did the investigation. But body fat percentage, 27.7%. Back in October, I was, like, 49%. I was really high. Almost half my weight was, like, body fat. Now it's, like, almost a quarter. And it would be nice to get under 25%. I feel like if I can get under 25%, that is a very... You need 17%? Is that, like, the barest minimum? Because... Hang on a second. So... Because that does sound... So, yeah, 17% is the difference between, like, your average body fat and your fitness body fat. Now, I work in desktop support. I am not doing a lot of exercise normally, and I'm not doing extracurricular activities, and I'm not an athlete. So, getting down to 17%, so, like, another 10% body fat, sounds a little bit extreme for me. So, he lost more than 30 kilograms in 6 months. There's no way that's no way slow weight loss. I have lost since October, so November, December, January, February, March. So in less than 6 months, I have lost 40 kilograms. I have lost 42 kilograms. Once we get up to, like, you know, April 14th or April 15th, then that will hit the 6-month mark, and I'll most likely still be at the 40 kilogram weight loss because there was like 2 weeks in December where I wasn't losing any weight. So yeah, what happened? I'm just talking about my weight loss journey, Mincy. It's April now. Yes, I know it's April now. So yeah, so I was on a weight loss, like a shake diet for like 59 days before I was on holiday for Christmas, and that's when I was able to, you know, that's when I was able to have, like, you know, when I was up in the States and I was able to eat whatever I wanted, and I just needed to be mindful of the portions and what I was actually eating. And I thankfully only, you know, I only, like, gained, like, I think a kilo or two during that time, which, let's be frank, that's a pretty decent amount of, like, you know, that's a pretty reasonable amount of weight to gain on holiday over winter, where I wasn't doing a lot of exercise. So, as you're taking it off, I'm putting it on? Yeah, but you're doing, like, crazy amount of exercise. So I imagine you're putting on, like, muscle. You're bulking up. You're gonna be as big as me. You're gonna be as big as the Zeebs with these, oh, so massive muscles. So yeah. 73 kilograms. Hey, that's fine. I'm still, like, over 90 kilograms. I'm not down to your weight. 73 kilograms isn't, you know, a terrible weight. So, yeah. And besides, I believe in you if you, like, you know, decide to go on a cut or something like that. It's probably, like, a little bit intense, like, for you to change from, you know, going from bulking to cutting, and it's going to be a lot more work than it is for me because, you know, being at, like, 140 kilograms... It's kind of easy losing weight at that point, because it's like, oh, get onto a proper diet. Depression weight is a real thing. Oh, that is fair. Is that one because of hormones, or is that one because of, like, mental stress? Because I feel like there is a difference. Like, NASA figured out that, this is actually really interesting. So, NASA figured out that, some astronauts were breaking out into, like, they were getting cold sores. So it was like a form of herpes. It's not genital herpes or something. It's just, like, you know, a cold sore or some nonsense. So, but they were figuring out that the reason why astronauts were having that happen to them after takeoff and, you know, going into the ISS, they figured out that the reason why was because of a greater deal of stress hormones in the body. So NASA is trying to and if NASA is picked up on that, you can bet your ass that NASA is trying to figure out what they need to do to reduce hormones. Not in a, oh, hey, you know, just go outside, do an exercise and shit. No, they're gonna try and have it as like a very active, you know, you are going to be under a great deal of stress during a launch sequence. We are going to need to do something during the launch sequence to mitigate that stress hormone. So instead of it being like a reactive you know, thing to the stress hormone, it's instead instead of being a proactive thing to the stress hormone, it's instead going to be a counterbalance to the stress hormone, which if NASA starts figuring that out, in like 10 years or so, it will get into the public sector and into the commercial sector, and there's probably going to be new ways for us to handle our stress, either medicinally or through some other means. So hopefully we'll see that kind of nonsense in like 2030. Assuming NASA is still a thing in 2030. Think the ideal weight is between 80 and 85 kilograms. The ideal weight for me, at the very least, is 78. That's like the height. Mental and you don't want to work out. Understandable. Someone they put in a fully titanium heart in New Zealand. Oh, damn. Wait, titanium can be used for a heart? Like the iron lung thing? I started weight loss 2 weeks ago and started to see my ribs, and that scared me and I stopped. Yeah, I would recommend going to a gym. Talk to a dietitian or a physiotherapist. Those are the things I can recommend. Awesome, I hope I'm alive then. Same here. Granted, I'm here in Australia where ideally we're not gonna, you know, have like a government that decides to do all kinds of, you know, crazy tax cuts, but you know, we have no guarantee of that because there is a politician named Peter Dutton who, let's be real, is the home brand version of Donald Trump and is the, you know, the classic conservative. He's part of what's called the Liberal Party, and the Liberal Party is conservative as fuck. And they would like to cut a lot of stuff. Any whoosies. Enough yapping for like the last 18 minutes. This is where I'm at right now. I have sent a death threat to this Slaughter Beastmaster over here, who is a Beastmaster enraged by aerobatics, who is frostproof and beastproof. He has a fear of burning and can be damaged by fire. He has like no vulnerability. He has like no crippling weaknesses or a means of getting dazed. And he is a commander to this guy, Zun the Maggot. Fuck this guy. He killed me, and he used that power to work his way up to being a war chief. And then this guy here, I recruited him, he died, and he came back to life just to fuck with me. He betrayed me. So now he killed me for that, and now he's a war chief himself. So I am on a little crusade to get this fucker killed or recruited, so then this guy is easily removed, as well as this guy here. And using all that, we will then be able to go through our main mission. I didn't want to go through, like, the major steps, just in case there was a problem. So, yeah. I have been doing a lot of offline grinding. So, just to be perfectly honest with you. Alright. So we got the Ice Storm, which does the thingy-madiggy. I got Elden Light, which is doing poison, which isn't going to be as good. So we're going to make it fire, because I know the guy is going to be absolutely scared shitless by that. And let's get going. Draw out Prak Gorehound by releasing his caged Karagors.
Prak. Now to finish what was started.
Alright.
Did I just hear something?
Alright. Get you under my thumb. I need archers, so then that way I can... if I can recruit people, I will get goons on my side. Oh! Well, I don't really need information from this guy, so... Hi there, Cage! Welcome to the stream! Good to have you! You just missed me on, like, doing an explanation of, like, all the nonsense I was doing. The kidnap people, army recruits on the street. Wait, what in the world did I just miss? And then, leave Ukraine and live in Europe. Oh, you're in Ukraine. Okay. Damn. Also, hi there, Phantom. Welcome to the stream.
Some of the death. I got arrow wounds, but no arrow sticking out of them. Or you just hold still! You want to see how it's done? I smell something. Look! It's a carnivore! Tracks in that direction. Feel the pain.
Yeah, I don't want to...
Taste my blade.
By recruiting people, I have a chance to... I'll have, like, allies. I need a Karagor in a different spot, so then that way... Alright, Proc is here now. So, this guy can easily deal with beasts, and is afraid of fire, and can be damaged by it, so...
Ridiculous!
There we go. Alright, so get up here. Brand new, so we got another guy. Hi there, Audible Bear. I'm doing alright. I have gone through most of... Oh, come on. There we go. And let's try you. Okay, decent damage. Decent damage.
You better be... Get it! He's frozen up!
Oh, nice. Okay, let's recruit him. This will make it easier. You are mine! We now have like 5 fucking goons.
What do you wish of me? Wish of me?
You are going to... You're gonna make... I'm gonna make you a spy. Nice. Ah, we didn't get a level up. But hey, that's okay. Alright. We need to get out of here. Alrighty. We have several... So now we can do the good... Now we can do the good stuff. Alright. This fucker? Fuck him. Absolutely despicable. So he's flammable. He's enraged by curses, and he's got a blood brother. I reckon if his blood brother is gonna see him,
Mounted, we will carve through them.
maybe I can force his blood brother to kill him, because
Speed
I've,
is our
you know...
ally, and his doom.
Ah!
Thanks for the tier 1 subscription, AudibleBear47.
Aw, thank you, Audible Bear. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements that pop up normally, and you get to utilize all of these cool emotes. Mounted stealth kills. Well, I'm not about to do that. Oh, wait, maybe I can. Alright, let's see how we go. Is that a mounted stealth kill? Probably it is.
Might as well be aiming in the dark.
Stealth kill number 2. And stealth kill number 3. Nice. Oh, okay, yeah, the orgs are strong. Let's get out of there. I should probably deal with the dragon that I brought in here. Now I just need to do it during Yeen's stream. Oh, are you a follower of unnamed Yeen? Nope, that did not work. There we go. Yep, I already know how to do Drake flying, so it's not a problem. Oh, no! Okay, so I need the Karagor to like actually do kills with. Okay.
You brought the Ride's over. Talk.
Oh, interesting. Well, not gonna deal with him, as I have a dragon. I have a Drake on my fucking side that is deciding to just be, you know, a real dick, which is gonna be fantastic. Hitman? Boog. Boog.
Stop it! If you're gonna kill my boys, you can't do it while riding on a Karagor. That's just not sporting.
Alrighty.
It's crushing me.
Alrighty, so this guy gets some strength.
Let's see how you like a missing liver. Somebody's.
Oh, wrong guy.
Oh, you want some? What do you have to?
I gotta be careful of this guy, because he can poison me.
If you wanted me to kill you, you should have just announced yourself and let me kill you.
Stop interrupting me! Enraged by executions. Oh, I forgot about that. And I'm poisoned, which is going to cause problems.
Help me find the task.
Get you for health, and I get myself an ally when I do that.
That ranger's back. The task, here it comes. Welcome to a place you won't soon forget.
Stop trying to...
Break him down. Not put your hair on fire.
There we go. Recruit you.
You got our attention, dog. They must have ripped.
Bam! Catch you on fire, because that damages you.
Did you really think that'd work on me? That on the talk. They're always so brave in the beginning. I thought you hope that poison lasts forever.
Got to get out of here. Come on. Come on.
Fight him.
Get some health. Yep, there we go.
Block that one.
Alrighty. Hopefully Mug doesn't just start gaining health again.
Come back. Now you go.
No! Alright. Nice! Okay, stealth got him killed, which is good. I'm fine with that. The fortress has been weakened. Defeating this war chief has disabled the defender hosts. Excellent. So we don't have to deal with that. And we get ourselves a cool dagger. That is not as powerful as my other one, but I just need to terrorize people, and maybe it will get more powerful because of that. Alright, let's see. There we go. Terrorize more people. Oh.
We had some good times, Grey Walker.
Oh.
Troubled by my particular tastes. After today, I'll trouble you no more.
How about I get you under my wing again? Enraged by frost. Oh, okay.
You made a terrible mistake.
Alright, let's just do this then. Is he arrow proof or something? That's not fair. Quickly drain him.
You serve me now. You men are too weak-minded for me.
Oh, is that how we're gonna do this? Okay, we're fighting to the death now.
Time for us to bleed you. Big protect. We've too many.
Die. If I can't have you, no one will.
You? Oh, Ranger, I've got so much more pain to give. Take. He's too far. Come on, talk!
Almost.
You made it. Stop squirming! I played you! Didn't see that coming! Down! Come on! Give me something new! It was like he just appeared!
Don't be death-defying again.
You need to grow tougher skin, man, boss. All I did was betray you.
And I couldn't recruit you again because you had Iron Will. So fuck you. Well, got him out of the way, and he didn't give me any good gear, so I guess that's that.
Good one!
Also, I got new skills I can unlock now. Alrighty, so probably it wouldn't be. Maybe it would be nice to do that one. Consuming increases wrath. Chain of souls. I'm gonna do the soul chaining because that one might honestly be useful. Because like just use focus and then just like.
There, he came back!
There we go. Also, I should probably double check and see if my mission has been done. Yep, it got done like lickety-split time. And it is weaker than that. So we're gonna swap to that. This one has 10 arrows. That one does higher damage. It only has 8. It's a longbow, so charge shot pierce through enemies. That's kind of cool. But I like having rarity. Cursed enemies. Chance that a headshot curses enemies. So I'm gonna destroy you. And destroy you. So I can have these. Use a headshot to kill an online vendetta target of at least level 20. Understandable. And then I've got all those armors for frost purposes. And then I have the one ring. Draining or dominating enemies recovers 100% more health is good. So yeah, so right now, all of my gear is higher than my actual level. So I'm fine with that.
I heard something over here.
Grab the life gem. Now, there is one more mission to do with the war chiefs, which I am going to be doing. Which should be... Oh, there's a vendetta mission over there, but I don't... Hang on, where's the... Ooh, are leading him into an ambush. I like the sounds of that. That is a much better mission than, you know, trying to draw him out. So, yeah, let's go with the ambush one. And deal with that maggot fella. There we go. Get you out of the way. Go above ground so I don't run the risk of...
Wait, I smell something.
There we go.
Did you hear that?
Jump up, jump up.
I see the ranger. Now, you won't beat me.
I like brutalizing, it's fun. You are the white blood cells surrounded by a virus. Yep, and we're about to take on this guy. Flammable. Yep, cool. So I've got like the light thingy to make it flammable. Haunted. Becomes enraged at the sight of Shadow Strike. Becomes enraged when his bodyguard is attacked. And he's immune to like beast things. Fanatical gang. Becomes enraged if he's attacked. Well, that's not a problem because...
Hey! Oh, look! It's the Grave Walker! Time to play! Die, boss!
Nice! Yes! Alrighty.
Traitor Brighty! Me for the slaughter!
Alright, which one gets the kill? Let's see. Used to be one of my... Did it! And we got rid of their fire spouts. So...
That's what you get!
thanks to all of these guys' efforts, we now have a better chance of dealing with... Alright. So we need an assault leader. Let's go for... Feral Tracker, Mythic Tank, Slaughter, Slayer, Machine Trickster, Tracker. Fuck it, let's go for a Machine Berserker. So we got Defenders, Cursed Weapons, and... let's go with the Grog. So we are using Overwhelming Force! Oh, we're gonna have a good time. We are going to be utilizing Overwhelming Force on this castle. It ain't gonna be any fucking problem whatsoever. Give me gems, please. That would be very appreciative. Alrighty. So yeah, now we're doing a main mission. This is gonna be a siege. So, yeah.
I lost a tooth in that last fight.
We were doing a lot of, like, you know, setup and such. We have so fucking many warriors right now. This is gonna be no problem whatsoever.
should have been it.
Here we go. Get you killed as well, because we can. And you dead. Ooh, a polished warrior gem. Okay. Nice. And freebie hit there. Nice. Alrighty. Can I upgrade my... Let's see. Okay, so I can forge you, but I can't forge the other things, unfortunately, but that's fine. Alrighty. Thank you for keeping me company, everyone. If I didn't do this stream, I would be playing this game, but I wouldn't be going through all the main quest stuff. So, thank you. Good lord, we're about to whip this castle into shape. No trouble whatsoever. He's got no fire spouts, he's got no defender hosts. This is gonna be an easy fight. Oh, it's the two-headed guy. I remember they were talking about like a two-headed person. I didn't know he was speaking a foreign language.
My black speech is a little rusty. Actually, I don't know a single word. Language is a pain in the ass, but to hazard a guess, he said you're all gonna die horribly. My kind of black.
Well, I will handle the Overlord. You focus on the defenders.
Define focus.
Oh, hell yeah.
Leave it to me, and I'll have this down quick as.
Him now! Hold this ground! Get it off, buddy!
We got Karagors up the wazoo. We've got...
Make a pay! Feel the pain! One!
No, stop hitting him.
Hold fast! Rally the
Capture! Mine.
We need to press on to the courtyard.
Ripper gear this lot has. Maybe I'll pick up a sword for myself. I could use a new toothpick.
Pick your teeth later. Right now, we need to take the fort.
Righto, boss. I'll chew my way right through it.
Alright.
One more punch!
I just have so many fucking captains just helping me out on this thing. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, sure, give him all the attention. Filthy girl! Very good hit. Now kill him! Let him You're gonna die! Hey, all dead, fortress lost!
He's still on fire.
Fancy this fort capturing business? And once this one's yours, you'll need a new overlord. I'd like to throw my hat in that ring.
What have I unleashed?
His potential is nearly unlimited.
Righto. Now I'll snuff the overlord for you.
Killing the
No.
Overlord will send a message throughout this region. That message comes from me.
You're too ambitious for your own good, bruz. This is meant to be my Overlord kill. This girl is on fire. Hi there. Wait, no, never mind. I thought your name was unnamed for a second because you have the 47 at the end. Sorry, it's still Audible Bear. Hello, two-headed fella.
This fort belongs to the Bright Lord now! Uh-huh. Can't hear anything in this.
Rat bag?
Rat bag?
So much to...
If you don't know, Ratbag was from the first game, and we helped get him to be a war chief.
What? You mean getting hit by the hammer? It's a headache at most. I mean, you want to...
The fuck?
Take the head clean off. Does the job every time. Well, most of the time, I think. I don't know. Never really been sure about that.
Oh, I'm quite sure it's all the time. Allow me to demonstrate.
Rose. Welcome. The man is a friend. The Olog, watch him. Make sure he don't do anything suspicious, like, you know, kill me.
How did you end up here?
Well, I was captured by some slavers, actually. They weren't all slavers. Two were cannibals, one was a necromancer. Fun bunch. They captured this Olog. Oh, he was in rough shape. We were cage mates until I sprung us out of there. Olog jumps out, arms go a-flying, and then here we are, the best of friends.
Muranam Kirindu Rachanuk.
Oh, right. I should tell him about the fort thing. Thank you for that. It's kind of a long story. Ranger killed the old overlord, now it's ours.
Ranger?
Oh, yeah, I named him after you.
I'm honored.
Oh.
Well, it's been nice catching up and all, but Bright Lord and me just came by to tell you that the fort's ours now.
Right, Lord. Well, you are welcome to it, Right, Lord. Me and Ranger are done with the Overlord game. It's a right pain. You gotta feed your followers, train your followers, make sure you don't get killed by your followers. Yeah, it's a right bother.
How the fuck?
Oh, well, your worries are over, because now I'm Overlord.
No, not you. Anybody but you. Whatever you need, Ranger. Me and Ranger have got you covered. Wait, Ranger. It's a little confusing, isn't it? But the point is, Bruce cannot be Overlord.
Why the fuck not? I would love to know.
Working for these two, I'll tell you that right now.
That works out perfectly, because we got no character openings for half-wits.
These squabbling fools. They have their uses. You must choose our Overlord with care.
Maybe
You read my mind.
I am a mighty, vicious, what? Olog's friend.
Yeah, so Ratbag is a coward. I am kind of surprised that, like, Olog is like, we're not friends, you just saved my life. And I'm just like, what do you mean? How did fucking Ratbag of all people do that? He is a coward, he's run away.
And suffered, but still we stand. There is a new power in Mordor. You!
I'm gonna stand up for a quick
Days
minute.
ahead, we will fight other battles and claim other fortresses. But starting today, Mordor belongs to you. Mordor belongs to the Bright Lord.
Nice. Fine. All right, we captured a fortress, giving us the region. Fan-fucking-tastic. Alright, so we gotta promote an overlord. So we can't make it Bruise. Let's see. Lol, let's make it our weakest fucker. Lorm. Here you go. Hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully it'll be good.
Now we have a foothold in Mordor.
We should upgrade our defenses before Sauron attempts to reclaim what he has lost.
And there are more fortresses to conquer. And the Palantir is back in Minas Morgul. We must choose our next move carefully.
Wait, can I destroy this thing? No, I cannot. Okay. So, we got shit to upgrade. Conquest. Fortress Sharsburz in Nurin is yours, yet this is only the first battle of the War for Mordor, and more fortresses remain to be captured!
Almost forgot to tell you one last thing. Now that you have my fort, it will eventually come under attack, which you already know since you attacked it once yourself.
Get to it.
Nicely done, by the way. The thing is, you don't always need to be on the defense. You have scouts who can sniff out enemy forts, so you can go on the attack yourself.
Ah!
You know what they say? The best offense is a good offense. And don't worry about running low on orcs. If you
wrong.
ever need new recruits, you go talk to a globe they call the Headhunter. He'll sort you out. Oh, Shrock! I forgot to fill Ranger's feeding bowl before I left. He's gonna be cranky if I don't get back. I'm coming, Ranger!
Alright, so we now have online conquest. Now that you control a fortress, you can launch attacks against other players' fortresses. Start an online conquest mission to find a player to attack. If you succeed, you can improve your ranking and earn valuable rewards. Be sure to bolster your own defenses as well. Powerful world chiefs and siege upgrades will strengthen your fortress. Other players can't affect your orcs or your fortress in your game, but defending well against their attacks can improve their rank. Alright. Pick up that coin. I need to pick up this coin that's up here. What did I get in my inventory? Oh, and a Rohirrim sword that wants me to do ground executions. Yep, I can do that.
Take it, right!
Ground executions will be easy to do. Or are they talking about these kinds of ground executions?
Kill you! Stay put!
Damn it, fucking spiders! There we go. Alrighty, we got missions to do. BRB, it's gonna be a bit. Not to worry, Audible Bear. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it.
Wait. He's frozen! The tar can do that! Hit him
There we go. Ah, okay, so that's ground assaults then. Alright, well, I got that one out of the way. $28. 34 might gained on ground executions, health recovered on executions. I'm gonna go with health recovered on critical hits, and plus it's a stronger sword. I'm gonna keep spares because I've had someone break my fucking sword in this game, and it seems like the right idea to keep it on hand, just in case. You know. In case one of them feels like being a dick to me. The fighting pits. Every fortress has a training ground, but there's nowhere better for an orc to hone his skills than the fight pits. And there's no one who knows more about the fight pits than Bruz.
Ah, the fight pits. You know, this is more than just a place to pop some orcs' heads off, although that is something I cannot recommend enough. But the fight pits are where you can test your followers, see what happens when they have a go at some other geezer. They're always bringing in tough orcs to fight, and if your fella survives, he'll be stronger for the experience. If he snuffs it, well, the one who done him in has what it takes, so there's a potential new recruit. And however it shakes out, your boys will love watching the show. Nothing boosts morale up like bodies going down.
Cool.
Betrayer!
Oh, nice.
Kaboom!
Okay, this guy is very good.
Kill them!
He's able to do some... I've always had an issue with defenders, so it's interesting that this guy isn't having too much of an issue going with ranged as his, Oh, he's level 5. Oh, you're gonna have a problem. Yeah. Bulg, you idiot. You are not gonna win on that one.
See? Wasn't that a good time? Grog was drunk, laughs were had, blood was shed, and Grog was drunk. Ah.
You said Grog twice.
Like a pit fight.
Alright, we got some gear with us. Survival of the fittest. To send a follower to fight an enemy or go to the fight pits mission start. Each region has 3 fights of increasing difficulty with victory and 1 unlocking the next. Victory in all 3 unlocks a citadel upgrades for the region's fortress. You can also make 2 followers fight each other by commanding them on the army menu. This creates a fight pit follower mission. Online fight pits. Nice. Alright, so that's ours. And we've got a few other... So we've opened up more regions. Saragost. And the Thad. Capture. Okay. We've got, like, several missions to choose from. Allies. Karan's Bane. So... And then... So that's a capture mission. Capture and Karn's thingy-majiggy. And then we got allies. Many Gondorians died during the fall of Minas Ethel, but some became prisoners of Sauron's forces, learned the fates of Idril and Baranor. Okay. And this is another capture. So 253, 216, 259, 73. Huh. You're not very strong, are you? And then we got ring wraiths here, but no missions. Yeah, let's go with this area. Oh, we've got a lot of missions to go through. Tribal Showdown, Tribal Showdown. I have no idea what these Tribal Showdowns are, but there's a lot of them. You must capture all of the Hidder Towers to begin the quest. Okay. Well, we've got some missions to do. Think twice before destroying legendary gear. You can upgrade it multiple times, vastly increasing its power. Noted. Now that you can travel throughout Mordor, you've also unlocked challenges. Complete challenges to sharpen your skills and earn rewards. Daily challenges. Avenge fallen players in Minas Morgul. Complete an online vendetta gives you level 25 gear. Headshot enemies in Nurin. Kill the orc that rules the fortresses of Mordor. Cool. A new orc faction, the Outlaw Tribe, is rampaging across Mordor in a bid for absolute supremacy. Tribal warbands are led by epic and legendary orcs. You can dominate and recruit these powerful enemies to bolster your own ranks or kill them to gain high-quality gear. Killing a legendary orc grants you a piece of the Outlaw legendary gear set. Slaughter. Cool.
We will spill their blood for Sauron.
Looks like these orcs enjoy.
So I'm gonna need... Yep, this one here.
Playing at war.
Let us see how well they handled the real thing.
Alright, so... Let's see. So we gotta get to... We're getting to these towers, so then that way we have, like, fast travel points, because... Lord knows, running around this place will get very tiresome very soon.
Must have been all the blood in his body splashed into my eyes.
This claw!
What the fuck?
The dog's wounded!
Try standing here!
He's just playing
Taste your...
God damn!
You're wasting my time! Time to show you You! Surprised to see me? Then you must be very surprised to see me!
What
and
the-
very, very surprised to see me!
What the fuck? He's got decoys?
This one!
Nope, Vault Breaker. Need to be mindful of that.
I'll drink his blood with supper! Can't loot a living!
Hold it! A few more of those, you're a corpse!
Polish off! Polish up!
Okay, he's fireproof, but that's okay. We'll figure this out.
Remember that move?
Nope, he's adapted. That's not good. Alright, our first recruit.
Kneel before me!
Mine! Serve me!
I am honored! Honored!
Oh! So you're already in cahoots with the war chief. Excellent. That's one less recruit to do. Alrighty. Let's get
How could ratbags survive getting hit by the hammer? All the way. What was that?
Oh, hello. Alright, let's get you and see if we can get this frost guy out.
Kill the dog! Come on, you can't kill us! Here it comes!
Don't break him. There we go. Now we got a frost one. Oop.
Nazu.
Alright, we got a few people. Alrighty then, fella. Wanna go nuts? Let's go nuts. Go wild. It's your day. I am going to go and deal with all these fucking statues. Oh. Go, Warmonger, down.
Pin him down! Stop moving!
Go. Quick kill there. And let's go investigate this fast track. Because by going through all 3 of these, we'll have an opportunity to continue on with more of What's-a-Mahoozy's questline. Still don't know what the fuck he's saying, but it sounds important. A lot of ice. Bob's memory. Burrows. And a Gondorian artifact. Cool. So we figured out all those. Yeah, so that's all underneath. So we're gonna go to that one next in order to get down to that one there. So we're gonna head to that door, get the little name of it.
Nazu.
Vigilant to stealth. Alright, well I'm not about to deal with...
I smell something. If it's something important, you shout as loud as you can. That's just butchery talk. Wait till the tables turn. What was that? You will obey.
Give me information. I'm going to need to know a few things. So, first and foremost, tell us about this guy. Oh my god, he's gonna die from a beast easily. Alright, let's deal with that then.
Ranger! Here you are! In all your decomposing glory! You're bloody revolting!
Yes, I am.
You won't trick me!
Oh, cool. We can recruit you again.
Idiot!
Well, that makes it my life easier. Another one under my wing.
You will serve the Bright Lord!
Stay out of my mind! You can't keep up! Keep up!
Oh. Alright, well, you're gonna die.
Enough of it! I knew you'd over-extend!
Done. Dead. Oh. Okay. So that's the one I'm using right now. If I kill a captain, well, that one's going to be a relatively easy one. I've been doing that with fair ease. There we go. Anyone around me is not. And the first word is...
Remen.
Remen. No idea what that word means, so... A lot of recruiting we'll need to do going forward, so best of luck.
our fault. You are mine!
Fuck it. Baga, Bone Crusher. Cool. I know who that guy is. Collect intel on the next guy. Let's see. Someone close by. Boo, the knower. Cool.
Ranger! Submit! Mind the spiders! Someone's sneaking about.
So yeah, this is the part of yep, cool. Ding. And purify this fella here.
Edrafoni, get it lean!
Yellow. Fine. Sitting back down again. There we go. Alright. More investigations. Door there. Where the fuck? There we go. Shelob's memory there. Green artifact. And a door there. Alright. 2 of the 3 purified so far. Can't do her quest yet, because we'd need to free up that tower there. So let's go and help our Gondorian allies as best we can.
I see the Ranger!
No, you don't.
You are mine!
How did I not see you before? Terrified of poison. He's ruined, and he's terrified of poison. Nice.
Looking at the snows like looking at the sun. Probably fall into a stream of lava. That sounds pretty good right about now. Submit to me!
A lot of mounted individuals. Hi there, Star Kuma. Welcome to the stream. I am just gathering information and what have you on the different orcs around this area. Because Lord knows I'm gonna need them. Alright, I'll leave them to do their nonsense.
Here it comes!
Oh, and I accidentally killed that guy. Not my fault.
Come back, mad filth!
Torek.
Invader!
Oh.
Protect Mordor till the very end, and you will learn the cost of your
Hello.
Hello, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Sounds like fun. I'm just alternating between clearing my desk and clearing my cologne shelf. Oh, you got cologne? Nice.
Cut you to pieces! Cease your scupper!
Nope, wrong guy to deal with. Enraged by acrobatics. Cool. There we go.
Get it off me! The outsider is here!
There we go. 3 recruits. Look at that.
You will be Ranger Shundered! You...
Being in a corner is not a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
This is as stupid as you! Die already!
Nope, not over him.
That's how we do it in Bondo! Cease your stammering! You trespasser! I got one of those for you, Ranger! You Sauron's wrath! We can't... Coward!
Hello! Hello, Venomized, Wolf. Good morning to you, too. Is he gonna climb up? No, he is. Oh, yeah, he is right now. Okay, cool. Alright, come on. Let's see if I can...
Submit!
Yeah!
I add you to my ranks!
Got him.
I am your chosen master!
Alright. Let's get you out of here.
As you command.
You've been playing Okami on your Switch? Oh, that's nice. I got done with Okami 2 last month recently. I enjoyed it, quite frankly. I thought it was a pretty fun game, and like it gets me a little bit interested in what they're gonna do in the second Okami game, because, you know, everyone had like, I personally had a good time. And, yep, cool. Pick up the wealth gem, and let's help our allies. So yeah, sounds fun. Just oh yeah, so yeah, they're all cleaning their desk and decluttering the cologne shelf. I don't have any cologne whatsoever, Star Kuma. But yeah, I enjoyed Okami, because I have not played a lot of the older games that everyone's like got huge nostalgia for, like Gears of War, the Mafia trilogy, and what have you. Nope. That was a fucking choke slam.
You survived. How did you find me?
Oh, it was easy.
Hi there, Farrell.
I just followed the trail of dead orcs.
The Nidril. Did she escape Minisethal?
We were ambushed. I lost her. Many of our brothers were captured. Some remain in hiding. Sauron's armies continue to hunt us.
Nidril is resourceful, but no one survives in Mordor for long.
We have a way out. I just need to find her. And whoever's left.
I just like smelling good, to be honest. Nothing crazy. Hey, look, no, that's fine. That's fine. Everyone has like their different thoughts on what it is that they would like. Like, so for me personally, like, before I was on my diet, I just spent a lot of money on
Some of our
food,
soldiers were sighted in this encounter.
like deliveries and what have you.
We must be careful.
And, you know, no, after that, there's like, you know, commissioning artwork. Alright, get all them dead. So then that way we can easily rescue this Gondorian.
Something just moved over there.
Yeah, me.
You saved us, Ranger.
I love how I can catch the Gondorians on fire, and I can light that thing on fire, and it's like, nope, the Gondorian is totally fine. No problems here.
The talk. Horrible talk like that. He's the boss one.
There we go. And cut you free.
Thank you kindly, Ranger. I had given up.
I smell something. Man flesh over there.
Alright, so now we got a cave to get to. Probably more slaves there.
Ah.
You good?
You're right.
I might need a moment.
The difference between undead and
Find
living.
it or escape to the west. Have a second chance in life.
I've already lived 2 lives. I was born somewhere near Umber. Herodrin.
It is a long way from Minas Ithil.
My order sent me to Gondor as a guarantee of peace. But the Herodrim had other enemies. I was to return, but by the time I was 10, we lost contact. I lived a good life in Minas Ithil. I was respected. I was happy. And then it fell.
Second home you've lost.
So now you commence your third life.
The only life that matters is the one with Idril. But we have to find her first.
Easier said than done, frankly, but
And that we will.
we'll figure it out, don't you worry.
The Uruks use our soldiers as bait. Those are the lucky ones.
Have you managed to free many of your brothers?
Not enough. Some weeks we lose as many as we rescue.
I don't know why we keep those pinkskins around. Just makes me hungry. Wait. What else do you want to draw
Easy.
Enough. These orcs will suffer now. If one...
Oh, nah, missed. Let's try that again.
I thought we were done for. My family thanks you, Ranger.
Not to worry. You'll probably want to hold your tongue on that one because, you know, at some point I'm going to be able to, like, recruit. 4 are under my care now. It would be cool if, like, we're never gonna get a sequel to this, unfortunately, because Monolith is now being shuttered down, so we're not getting the Wonder Woman gang with the Nemesis system. We're not gonna get other Shadow of Mordor, like, sequels. It would be cool if there was, like, a way to make it so it's like, oh, you have both, like, Nemesis system and, oh, hello.
Shaka.
There we go.
I got him. Like that.
I had no idea when we baited this hook that we'd get such a catch. This next part's easy. All you have to do is die.
Put a pin on that, because I'm not likely gonna die anytime soon, so...
The Bright Lord is your master!
There we go.
I will be your chosen,
Thank you.
As you say, my lord.
It's over. It's over.
I love. He's just not gonna question the fact I was able to get a captain to just be afraid of me and run away. Good for you. Don't ask any questions, and we're all gonna be fine here. Man, the cave system, like, after I've done, like, being aggressive and such, I'm like, oh, there's eggs and things I could have done to, like, you know, get people.
I'm in your debt. Captain Baranor.
Karis, are there any others?
Idril. She's alive.
Oh,
We were on our
that's
way to
good
find
news.
her. We were captured. She escaped. If I know Idril, that's where she's headed.
She's alive? She's alive. I hadn't dared hope.
We'll find her.
Good stuff, honestly. Glad that she was able to survive. Nice, nice, nice. And yeah, that puts me back out to here. Alright, let's go. Oh, Shelob's memory is like much further than I am. Okay. Alright, let's go for the fast travel point and see if we can perhaps remain stealthy. Oop.
Zune.
Just my luck.
Oh, did a good bit of damage on him.
Fine. The Ranger's here. A good Ranger.
I think you're sneaky, eh? Let's see you sneak your way out of me killing ya.
Easily.
Ugly! Damn it, poison better be working!
Oh, what the fuck? There's another one of them? This is gonna be... I'm gonna need to run away.
Abandon your master and serve me!
Nice.
I am yours to command!
Yep. Infiltration once again.
My sweet! Oh, my sweet! My sweetie! Sweetie, sweet, sweet!
You're not gonna make this easy for me. I can unlock a skill in this random moment. Let's see if there's one that's going to be relatively good. We got Reckless Hay, we got the Spectral Dash, we got this, we got that, we got Shadow Thingy-Majiggy that can get chained. Can be thrown rapidly. Thrown daggers have a chance of causing critical strikes. Pack Leader, Scales of Iron. Upgraded dodge. Pressing A to vault over freezes them. Yep, let's go with that one. Because I'm definitely going to need that. Oh, never mind, he's got... Once again, Volt Breaker on this guy is really fucking annoying. There we go, he's broken. Another captain in my ranks. Hopefully I can recruit him. Yes!
Sweet, 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 so sweet, so sweet.
Alright. Well, I thought I was going to have a much harder time recruiting some of these guys, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so... Yay! Also, where the fuck am I going?
I don't care what's out there. I want it dead. Keep searching.
Dunk, dunk.
Whatever this thing is, I'm eating it.
Dink. Don't mind me trying to get a impossible fucking door. There's the word. Put.
Told.
Nope. Okay, fair enough. Told. Ah, shit. I've been going the wrong way. Alright. Fast travel to there, then I can make my way north.
Did you hear?
Leave them to deal with that beast. I am busy getting to a fast travel tower so I can do the next mission with the elf lady.
Someone's playing all the Gondorian business.
Oh. There we go. That's the guy I was meant to get. Alrighty. So, that guy complete unknown. That guy over there. That guy over there. This guy's in a nearby region. So he's ready to betray the war chief. Nice. He's dead. Rug iron skin. Cool.
Touch his limbs.
Rogue.
He's a legendary as well. Okay. Fear of poison can be damaged by fire.
Filled with pride and strength. You know, it's our strength. The target wounded now.
Ow. Damn, you're strong.
I've been looking forward to this.
Oh, he's very strong. Oh, he's got an execution counter. Okay, that's not good. Do not do that again.
Cut his leg off. Took you.
And he's adapted again.
Don't you listen!
Once again, wrong. Oh, you bastard.
I've seen that one before. He's here. No running with that.
There we go. There we go. Gotcha. And because he's a legendary, I get myself a weapon. Recruit an orc from the machine tribe that is level 40 or higher. Well, that's going to be very difficult. That one I can do. While hit streak is above 20, kill an online vendetta target of at least level 40. Oh, okay, that's not going to be easy to do either. Alright, well, we got plenty of weapons to choose from. And... Yep, there we go. We killed a captain, so we get to upgrade that. Call summons sappers, and Iron Guard summons more sappers. Elven Light also scatters explosions around you. Oh my god, the Machinist does some pretty decent upgrades. Alright. Go nuts, Karagor. It's your time to shine with what little health you have left. I am going to capture this tower, talk to the elf lady, which will have us do even more ring wraith nonsense. Bam. Mine. So yeah. Now you're going to be wondering, am I going to be playing this game again tomorrow? Most likely, I'm going to be frank with you. Or it's going to be, because, actually no, Mafia, Mondays are Mafia games. I should have remembered that. I should have remembered. Mondays are for Mafia games, which, you know, I've not yet, I don't know why, but I'm still getting stuttering issues with all the different, like, tricks I've been trying to apply to the PC. It's really annoying, and it's one of these weird ones where it's like, oh, when it happens, I think it's something to do with the CPU. Like, I have more than enough, like, you know, processing for the CPU and what have you, but for whatever reason, you know, it still decides to do some problems. Oh, I've got skill points I can apply. Let's see. So that requires Shelob memories. That requires Gondorian nonsense. We can dominate the captain. We can destroy followers. Hold to heal all nearby, consuming your health. Any followers who are bleeding out are unaffected. To enrage nearby friendlies, consuming wrath. Yeah, I don't really care for those. Freezing burst. When Elven Rage ends, a freezing blast is detonated. Honestly, I like that one. And then this one is double charge your glaive for more follow-up attacks. Releasing the moment your glaive is charged generates might for each hit. Don't know how I'm going to be able to do that correctly. Draining or dominating an enemy fully recovers health and gains wrath. The annoying thing is like these side ones, it's like I have to upgrade them. They won't just, you know, allow it to happen. I can't have like all 3 of them going off. Increasing domination speed, however, I am very much enthusiastic for. And something else in my inventory? Ah, the Numerian Cloak, which is really weak. Uh-huh. Ding. So that's fairly powerful. That doesn't do much. Okay, these gems I can combine. Alright.
The grove! Eyes up!
Give me the Gondorian artifact. I don't care what it talks about, but, you know, I'm gonna get it anyway.
My earliest memories are of being nestled under blankets as my mother showed me the illustrations in a storybook about Luki the Larrikin.
No idea what Luki the Larrikin is. Do not care.
Doggerel to amuse children, I see.
No. Something more. I read this storybook to my son. Long ago.
Don't know why the elf doesn't appreciate good stories. So yeah, so now we're dealing with the, you know, not the Galadriel. It's not Galadriel. She's a blade of Galadriel. I'm trying to remember like the actual elf's name, but it fails me.
You worm!
Eltariel has found a messenger, is informed on the Chosen. Work with her to learn what he knows. Sounds good to me.
There is another worm we must intercept.
What message does he carry?
Orders for 3 captains to report to the Chosen ritual. He'll pass through this.
And another I can combine. There we go, combining with that. And I can't combine with any of the stuff I have, so we're gonna need way more
He's going
chains.
to find it curiously empty.
Bruce is working for Manfield, and together they captured his fortress. Cannot stand.
Newell.
Sauron will send an army any day now. don't care what I find. I'm gonna cut it
Your
up good.
war's over.
There we go. You out of the way.
Too much stabbing, not enough slaughter.
Oh, nope. This here. Destroy that. We need to attract the attention.
How dare you!
Let's see how well they wage war now.
They will fall, just like all the others who oppose us.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Bam. And that's...
Interrogations, these worms move under guard. I'll move to high ground to eliminate the escorts.
Not all of them.
We'll see, Ranger.
Oh. There we go.
Here they come!
Are you just seeing them now? This will be easier than I thought.
It's winter magic!
Here he comes. We must learn what he knows.
Are you deciding whom I let live?
Just get the information.
There we go. Got the information.
Where are the captains who would become chosen?
They're coming from the fort. They should be here shortly.
Excellent.
Dead Tark You stop! Get back here!
Seems our friends are eager to meet us.
Our friendly competition is not over yet.
And I'm still winning. Nice try.
Mazu.
Can I recruit them? It looks like I can, so...
If you think for one moment you're going to stand in the way of me becoming chosen, you're gravely mistaken.
Oh, these are like legitimate
We're going
captains.
to cut you down, eat what's left over, and turn you into a steaming pile of schrock.
What are we?
That guy looks crazy. I love him. I want to recruit him.
Stop counting!
Let's get this man killed.
And put you on this! You will be butchered! What the fuck?
Just get him stopped.
Yeah, I can recruit you. Awesome.
I'm too sharp for that. Right then. It will burn my...
Stop being on fire. Oh, come on, Grom. I liked him. How dare you kill him? I liked him, you son of a bitch.
Die! Don't die! Join them!
Alright, I'll get at least you, if I can.
Join the army of the Bright Lord!
I will be your chosen.
Thank you. You're gonna stay and fight, because this fight...
You're back now.
Bonjour, you backstabbers!
I didn't think being chosen would be this dangerous.
Tremble before...
Damn. He's Northern British? Hi there, Velk. Welcome to the stream. Many of these people are either Aussie, New Zealander, or British. Alright. Let's see. Let's get you... Alright, so this guy's already got 2 spies. This guy's got people. You've only got 1. You've got 2. So I'm gonna have you infiltrate that guy. Hopefully you will not be a coward. Let's see how this goes. We got our... So there's 3 captains. The one I like, the one that looked like, you know, really terrible and such, he got killed by one of his own captains, and I was like, God damn you.
To take their place.
Any who are selected, we will target. If we cannot yet stop the Nazgul, we will slow them down.
Alright, so we got that one completed. I defeated more than Ethereal, which was good. The blood sport. Idril is alive, but no one survives in Mordor for long. So we got like butchers and slaughterers and what have you. We've already done all of Shelob's missions. Tower of Sorcery is available in Minas Morgul. Cirith Ungol might be the next one to do. So 10, 20, 30, 40. So this will get us up to 50%. So likely they want us to do like more missions. Complete quests to unlock. Fighting pits. And then we've got all these nonsensical stuff. And then these are all memories. So we've unlocked those. These are all artifacts that we can do. Avenge in Minas Morgul. Take aim at Nurnin. Kill the orcs that rule the fortresses of Mordor. And then we have all these different expansions. So we completed all those. Yeah, let's deal with the blood sport. So yeah, we can't do that one yet. That one is because of that. Oh, while I am here, I'm gonna show you what like some of the Elven trials are. Because the Elven trials are fairly fun. They just, you know, they're a little bit of work, don't get me wrong, but they are fun because you get gems, you get skill points. It's fantastic. You're gonna... It's a really good, like, you know, teaching you of the mechanics that this game can do and trying to get you to, like, you know, use more of your kit. Plus, it's fun doing this. So, there was this one that I had to do where it was like, oh, try and, like, kill all the orcs with Birds of Prey move.
You are mine!
Alright, you're gonna tell me... Alright, so... Yeah, reveal details about this guy here. Oh my god, bootlick? God, a new phrase to brown-nosing with this fucking mug. Jesus. Well, he's got a soft skull and he get mortally sick. Flammable, he's dazed by stealth. Yeah, he's gonna be an easy kill. So, he won't be too hard.
Knock him down!
Also, I need to figure out where the next artifact is. Oh, hello, worm. Mine. Don't go too far. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, he went down. Okay, so not gonna get to him anytime soon.
Come on!
Oh!
Some good information, did you? Let's see if you can put it to good use.
Yes, I can. Observe. It was good information. Thank you, Og. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Easy stuff. Ah, okay, so there's the Gondorian artifact.
Need
Easy.
more orcs at the lake. Too many beasties. The Ranger! Grave Walker's lurking about!
Yes, I am, but only for this artifact. And then... once I got that artifact, then we go and deal with the elf thing.
The lamps of Eregion illuminate a room with a soft glow, one that leaves only the most tenuous of shadows.
Don't care.
I fashioned these lamps and gave them to the dwarves of Moria.
Then they've traveled very far indeed. But in whose hands?
There we go. Dink, donk.
Can barely feel me.
Alright. Long ago, Celebrimbor brought this legendary elven provision to bear on his enemies by killing ghouls. Recall how he kept his invasion force safe from Mordor's many dangers. Alright, alright.
An elven virtue celebrated by the jewelsmiths I taught during the Second Age.
Oh, using only 5 arrows. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so... I wasted 1 arrow just shooting one of them in the head, so... let's see how we go with...
Megras. An elven virtue celebrated by the jewelsmiths I taught during the Second Age.
Okay, so there's one there we can... come on. Gather round, gather round, gather... there we go. Using only 5 arrows. So yeah, it's not always arrows. It's like all kinds of stuff. So
created many wonders, and our precision was enhanced by the techniques Sauron taught us. Each collaboration brought us closer to perfection.
There we go.
Did I just hear something go?
We get ourselves a skill point as well that I am going to go. I keep forgetting to do this. I'm going to apply it to Contagion here. So then that way, when there comes points where I'm like, oh, maybe I should be, you know, maybe I should be doing something with the grog barrels that I'm seeing. Stab you real quick. And recruit. Alright. Let's help our Gondorians. I'm told you're a grow tuber? Yeah, there's a hyper... Like, during Macro March I grew bigger, but normally I have a... What's called a... I have a, what's-a-mahoozy? I have a Hyper Himbo Redeem.
Then we will make misery of their sport.
Cookie for Jason! Here's your cookie, Jason.
You kill my beasties, I kill you!
I think we made them angry.
So much the better.
Die, orcs!
You're alive!
For now, let's deal with these orcs first.
Pathetic! Kill these runs! Didn't see that coming, eh? Get behind me! Tell me what you've got! Coming from behind!
Yep, recruit all these guys. Makes it easier for me to kill.
I don't fear you! Kill this!
There we go.
Or Heku.
Ooh, a fear of poison. Okay, okay. Arrow-proof, though.
Kill an Olog, and you think the trouble is over?
I didn't read that properly.
No, the trouble is
I am a little bit himbo, I will be real with you, so that was my bad.
Die! Get back here! Cover your ears! No!
Time! Fight, men of Gondor!
Spark a punch! Might want to seek shelter!
Let's die, shortly!
Hey! Cover your ears! I've done you!
Serious?
Or Heku.
Damaged by fire and stealth attacks. And I missed a chance to...
Moves you've got! Oh, I like it! That doesn't work! Did you miss that bit? Might want to stick that! Where'd you go? More of those! Where'd you go? Get him off me!
You'll be mine. I like you. Hopefully you don't have an iron will.
Right, Lord! Yeah, my will is iron,
Fine, I guess we're gonna kill you.
Die! Cover your ear! Bet that hurt!
Ah, satisfying.
No correction. That is you.
Aw, don't be death-defying.
I've done you. Where'd you go? Please pack a punch.
For the white
Yeah! Gotcha. Gladiatorial combat. Gotta love it.
I feared. I've searched everywhere for you.
And I you.
Come. I'll escort you to Hanethanu. You'll be safe there.
No. I'm not leaving Mordor.
What?
Not till all of our brothers are free.
You're gonna have a lot of work to do. I hope you
Come
realize
now.
that. With
We'll
that
speak
kind
of
of a
this
goal.
later.
My father sacrificed all of Minas Ithil for my safety. I will not be protected any longer.
Then we need to come
Not
up
by
with a
you.
plan.
Not by anyone.
Cool, but
Idru, you will die out here.
you need a plan.
That is my fate.
Oh my goodness, this woman. Like,
But I'm staying. Go. Go. Reinforcements will be here soon. We will meet again.
you better hope so. You're gonna need allies in this area. Even me, a fucking grave walker, is recruiting orcs to my cause. Gained a skill point. Thank goodness.
She's a true warrior.
Ah, his head's just there.
Yes. That's the problem.
Oh, it's like above me, isn't it? Yeah, it's like right above me.
big dumb prologue. Take it! Take it all! Told you there was no such thing as... Did you hear? Submit to
Alright, give me more information about all the different people. The head seems to be happy with itself. Yeah, it seems to be not having too bad of a time. Oh, look at that. Like, he dead. Alright, reveal the intel. Okay, so he's a tracker. Haunted, immune to curses. He's clumsy, vulnerable to executions and stealth, can get easily sickly. He has a fear of the flies, and can be damaged by all sorts of stuff. Cool. Okay, so we gotta go up here first, and then we can use the cave system here. Nope, that doesn't do the cave system I wanted. Okay, so how the fuck am I meant to get... Up we go.
Must have been a goat thing under brush.
goodness. Why is it so hard trying to, like, run around this area? I didn't think there would be this much in the way of interference. Get this word. There we go. Done cleaning. Desk looks so much better. That's good to hear. I don't like getting into too much cleaning. Like, I cannot do it for myself very often. But the few times that it does happen, oh, it feels so fucking glorious. I love it. Alright, let's see. Secondary abilities. Talon Strike. While falling to the ground, is consumed at a slower rate while in the air. Yep, I'll go with that one. That seems like a sweet and easy one to do.
Can't have gone far. Find it.
Is this it? Nope, that is not it. Alright, so I'm gonna need to climb up this ice wall to get to wherever it is that they're trying to get me to go. I thought this would be way more convenient than the ice maps, but I am oh so wrong. And it doesn't even get me to where I need to go. Fuck! Man, finding this Shelob's memory is gonna be very painful. I swear to Christ, once I find it... When I find it, it's gonna be annoying.
I never dared.
No, don't care. I need to be extremely motivated, which doesn't come often.
Did you
Same.
ever travel to the Southern Lands?
The only reason I normally do like a really deep clean of my apartment is because of the fact that I might have I have a house inspection. That's normally what will galvanize me to do it.
I can't believe you actually got struck.
Alright, so... Okay, so I need to go down that way, which will get me to a cave system. Wait, am I going the right way? Hopefully I'm going the right way. Yes, hopefully I am going the right way. Ogbur the Friendly. Nice.
We should execute a lot of... We need to keep some to draw out the rest.
Time to kill and crush.
Oh, god damn it. He's got decoys as well.
Now you die! Take it, Grave Walker! Don't you know how strong I am? Kill you!
This will help even the playing field.
Into this? Oh, don't leave Come on! He's a hated one! He's chilled to the bone! Death to man! What's a little fight between friends? Now he's bleeding a bit! Break you in half!
I like you. You're gonna be mine.
You will serve me. Your will be done.
Alright, you're gonna spy the war chief again. I'm gonna find plenty of these guys, quite frankly. There we go. Alright. Now I just need to find... Because it made it seem like as if there was a cave here I could enter. Around... here. Where the fuck is it?
I think I need more grog. Where'd the grog go?
Because, like, there's the major cave here. But
Did you hear that?
that explains...
You're mine!
Yeah, see how there's, like, a hole there? Like, am I meant to... Nope, that just gets me up here. Okay. So... Better not be because of a fucking hole that I was meant to look for or something bullshit. Your last chore for today is putting the chickens at sunset? Nice. Glad to hear that's gonna be squared away. So... Is it, like, lower down? Is it, like, all the way down here?
I know you're close, Golem.
Oh, it's that guy. Nope. Not important right now. I am trying to find a cave.
Smell you, not fool.
Oh, there's a cave. Maybe this is it. Nope, it leads me to what I can only describe as another segment of burrows. God fucking damn it. So it gets us here. And there's a door there. But it doesn't get me where I need to go.
Why do you think you're just going around and killing fellow orcs?
You know what? Fuck it.
The miserable gnome deserves to be. You not surprise me like that.
For the Bright Lord you will fight!
Go.
I live to serve, to serve.
And you're gonna spy on your master as well.
I'll take my leave.
Alright, so we got that one. But we still do not have a way into the cave that has the infiltration and my Shelob's memory. Where the fuck is it? So, Carl.
Don't understand the appeal. Sit on a sheet of ice all day till your backside freezes off.
Are you daft? There's no ice fish in here. They're globs who have upset the Overlord. Haven't you ever noticed that they never come back?
Ah, fuck. Never mind that worm. Alright. Arrows. So... How? So...
Missed the last lot of executions. Ah.
Thank you. So... Oh my god, why is this guy stuck? There. There! No, come on.
Think about it. Any force that lays down will have to deal with us, our walls.
There we go. Is this it, or am I just... Oh my god. I found it. Alright, we're gonna get Shelob's memory first. There we go. Oh.
He despised the greed of men.
Ah.
But most of all, he hated the elves, who wished to embalm the world. Middle-earth will change, he told me. It will bend to my will. It will not be fixed in place, and it will not be restored to the vision of its makers.
The Shelob memory ones are like a bit of a weird, like, twisty. Not a huge fan of that.
He wishes to remake the world in his own image.
There we go.
His image will be wiped away from Middle-earth when all is done.
Alright, let's see how this infiltration goes for my Moogle Flesh Glutton. Against an unknown... Who's this?
This is where your journey ends.
Crimp!
You're going to be my next victim! Yes!
Oh yeah, this guy's not gonna survive too well. He's like over 5 levels below me.
I'll cut you apart!
And
you will be butchered!
yeah, and his Caragors are not gonna do too hot. Come on. Stay alive, my friend.
Eat this!
Nice. Come on. And... yeah! Got rid of that noble. Spy infiltrated, he gained himself a level, and I got myself a ranger's bow.
can't be taken prisoner!
Too bad. You're gonna tell me about picking up recruits, going through missions. And also, we got another Gondor mission I need to do.
Something, no mistake.
So yeah, see, it's just out there. Oh, and we have a Gondor artifact I could be getting as well. So let's go and get that artifact as well while we're at it. So then that way, because I'm pretty sure if I collect all of them, I get a skill point. But also if I collect like a good number of them, I also get an XP increase.
Gondor's artisans rival the elves in their dedication, if not their skill.
As if.
I wonder where this was intended to hang.
Wherever it was, I doubt it still stands. Only the strongest fortresses last long here.
Testing my blade.
On your knees!
Give me more! Tell me everything you know about everyone here. Push crimp the vial. Alright, cool. I wonder if I could infiltrate.
Too many of us!
Alright, look, there's Gondor. The Uninvited! The orcs hold a feast to celebrate their plunder of Minas Ithil. Infiltrate the feast and poison the grog barrels. Nice. Alright, cool. So
Like a bit of treasure hunting?
a little
Every
bit.
ranger likes to hunt. What did you have in mind?
The Uruks can be relied on for certain things. Their love of blood, treasure, and grog.
Nice.
I see how you've survived so long in Mordor.
Our numbers keep us from engaging them on the battlefield, so we work by stealth and speed, and hopefully we can escape with our lives. We've recovered some of the artifacts that were
And a
plundered from the
few of
Great Hall.
theirs. Every piece of Gondor we take back from them is a victory.
All captured gold must be delivered to the forges of Gorgoroth. They're dreaming if they think I'm here to my spoils.
Where the fuck is a bush? Gund. Oh, you're drinking from a poison thing.
Round, you kings of Mordor, and drink to job well done. Bronze Gang is dead, and our good fortune becomes ours. So, drink. Drink. Oh, Srock!
Gund.
Fear of burning, can be damaged by fire and what have you, and is enraged by poison.
There he is.
And there's our treasure.
Ah, you glob. You couldn't find your own feet if you didn't walk on them. You want your goblets and crowns back, do you?
Yes.
Statues and trinkets? But what does it all mean? Your people are dead, and you'll never get them back. Don't let him send you Fool, I'm too smart.
I will have you on my crew, though. It's easier just recruiting them than leaving them for dead. Alright. let's see. What can you do? Alright, so we've already got a bodyguard with you. We've got several there. We've already got a few with you, and we've already got a few with you. So yeah, you're the one that I need to infiltrate then. I wonder if there's a way to... I probably need the war chief to invade them. And there you go. You get yourself a lovely goblet for your troubles. Whatever reason
I'd say
you have
that was one of our more successful missions, Gravewalker.
You need more missions.
I can hardly remember this scared young soldier I met in the lower city.
You mean the one that saved your life from that captain?
That's the one.
And I'm pretty sure I stayed undetected. Yep, I avoided detection, which gives me the bonus.
We should catch up with Baranor, see how he is faring.
Talion Minas Ithil is lost, but Mordor can be ours.
Yeah, no shit, but that's kind of why we need to help where we can. Alright.
Baranor's scouts will have found more prisoners by now.
Indeed. The orcs are depending on it.
I smell something. Oh, that's vicious. You like this? The Ranger! Attack! You won't give me a slip. Somebody sneaking around.
For whatever reason these guys were protecting this worm for. Alrighty, so yeah, he's got like 2 random recruits, and oh, he's gonna prove himself to this one? Mortal beast fodder. Ah. Okay, okay. I have an idea.
Why? I smell something.
Don't mind me. I like traumatizing the orcs. Many Gondorian soldiers remain in chains. Help Baranor. Yep, we're gonna help him. We're gonna be going through a lot of those missions.
One of our scouts reported prisoners here. And far too many orcs to handle alone. Let's each take a flank and meet in the middle.
I'll be there. Baranor, we must be careful.
Yeah, you can't resurrect from the dead like I can, so... Alright.
Orcs, get it? Slay. There will be blood for this.
Why is he all the way here?
We have to get out of here quickly. You don't understand. We have to leave.
I've got it. Kill him.
Get you.
The Grey Walker's trying to build an army.
Not trying, succeeding, orc, thank you very much. Oh, you're on that side? I didn't realize that.
He's a corpse, and it's one of us. We're gonna murder whoever did this.
Luia.
Louis. Probably not how to properly pronounce it, but who cares?
Just what I needed. A skulking murderer.
Gondorian.
I don't know how you found us, but thank you, Ranger.
You'll pay for this, you demon. You'll pay for this.
No pissing on the job. Or at least get a toilet.
Sounds like you're moving up in the ranks.
Or I'll get me arms ripped off because I looked at some O-looks wrong.
Do not even get me started about O-looks.
Free you. And free the other guys.
Thank you.
Easy.
Man, filth!
Oh.
I should thank you. See, this soldier here is famous. Not as famous as you, but not all of us has an elf haunting his bones. That's it. Keep your eyes on the prize.
Golem.
Beast fodder, deathly ill, can be Oh, and Bush.
Forget about your friend. He's as good as dead. Could say the same for yourself.
Come on, Talk!
Serious?
In the blood!
Oh, that's right there.
No more beats! Give up! Damn it, okay!
Hope that hurt! Ground him! Meat for the slaughter!
We got you now! To the grave walker! For the living! Die, Tark! Let's see Tark blood!
Damn it.
For that one again!
You can't bloody well hurt me!
Fight him!
Recruited, because I'll need your help.
Serve the Bright Lord!
How dare you, like...
Light for you! Light for you!
It was hard enough dealing with, like, one captain to decide to interrupt me. Can I recruit this guy? Let's see. Let's see. Am I strong enough to recruit him? I think I am.
Swear loyalty to the Bright Lord!
Yeah, I'm strong enough to recruit him.
You're chosen! You're chosen!
Alright. Let's see. What can you do? Two as well. Result before creating a new one. Ah, okay. Okay, I can't have him infiltrate. Alright. Alright, let's just have you kill this guy. Hopefully you do not die, and we'll see. Oh boy, that's a terror commander. That doesn't look like it's going to be an easy one to do, but we're going to need to give it a try. Alright, we completed the Wages of War, but now our, what's-my-whoosy guy has been...
Could have killed him, but didn't.
No, they have other plans. They're taking him to Gorgoroth.
Whatever the fuck Gorgoroth is. Death threat. Vow of vengeance. You know what? Let's just get Winter's Breath, just in case. And then... yeah, the Gondorian sword we're gonna destroy. And then... this is a bow. Charge shots. Does way more damage. So, critical hit lights an enemy on fire. Critical hit applies poison. Critical hit applies frost. Or critical hit applies curse. Meanwhile, this one just replenishes elf shots when a captain is killed, so that one's fine. Critical hit when things are on fire, I like. Upgrade to Talion's level. Alright. Thank you. Alright. Let's... is preparing to raid his camp. There's 4 turns remaining. Alright, let's go through that recruitment nonsense. Let's deal with the fighting pit, because that one we're going to need to deal with. And we're going to probably go into another location, because we've already, like, checked out, like, a number of the peeps here. So yeah, we've already, like, you know, dealt with a lot of the captains here and recruited many of them, so even if we're, like, busy in an entirely different area, we'll be fine.
Freeze to death before any man kills me.
That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Alrighty, and then we...
Did you hear that? I've seen it!
oh boy, here comes the fun bit of me trying to find this place again. There we go. Alright. Let's see how Traka deals with this guy. 26 versus 21. Okay, so he's a stronger level, so with luck, the type difference isn't going to be a problem.
Ooh, I do like it when they act big. Don't make me wait. Come get some.
Look, a Caragor! Me!
I didn't realize my guy had Caragor, so that made it a lot easier than I thought. Yay! That made it a lot easier. Ooh, rah. Yay for me. So I've got 2 reds. Alright.
Maybe it was just rats. We'll have action soon enough.
Alright. I'm just gonna really quickly get myself some water, because I need to keep myself hydrated, and I'll probably need to do a lunch break shortly. But let me get the water first. That one takes no time at all, because I literally just walk over here, and there we go. There we go. All right, got my water. Now we can move. Now we can resume with more of this quest. So Gorgoroth is where we'll need to go next, and that will complete the Gondor missions for us. Give us the region map, please. Okay, so we've never been to this region before, and it's got things such, and it's got the Karnan's Bane next, which is going to be very helpful. So yeah, I know what we're doing next. We've already infiltrated like a number of the we've already recruited like a number of the captains in the previous area, so this one should be fine. No, it's just reminding me that I should probably stand up, but that's not important. God fucking damn it. Everything is on fucking fire.
Full respect to the amputator, but someone's... You will submit!
Alright, first recruit, let's go. Ogbur the Exterminator. And he's colored in yellow, in case I was really confused on what the fuck I needed him to do.
Cross blades with me! It'll eat me! It's got me! Blood! Help! It'll kill me!
Another Caragor will be good. There we go. I've got elsewhere to go. I do not have time to go through all these, like, extra areas. I need to help the people of Gondor! Oh, and there's a Shelob summary there. Interesting.
Something just moved over there.
Alrighty. To Gorgoroth. Baranor was taken by the Uruks, but he is not lost. Work with Idril to rescue him. Will do.
So much death.
Death would be relief to these men. The purpose of this camp is torture.
I don't know why we had to come all the way to Logbourns with this one. Punish my fate like this. Orders is orders. If he can lead us to more of these pigs, then it's worth it.
Why? Just gut 'em where you find 'em, I say.
There we go. So that's another one. Another one. It's always good having archers with us.
And it doesn't stop till I leave.
I can end the battle any time you want. Just tell us when orders are. Let it end.
Someone's sneaking about. All you've got to hope for is a quick death.
Nope, I do not, and neither do you.
All hope is gone. All is lost. Disarm him!
Just kill me.
Alright, let's get these guys out here. Because this is a bonus!
We must leave!
Not just yet. We got people to save.
Destroy! You blade! Happen faster!
Oh, it takes quite a bit of focus. Okay. More people recruited. Alright, and there's 2 more Gondorians there, so that will make 5, 6, 7, so then we only need 2 more after that.
I cannot stay here.
Ooh, okay. Well, he's too powerful for me, I believe, so... Actually, what level am I? 28. Yeah, 28. I can't recruit him, so I'm gonna have to kill him.
Enemy man filth! Blades out! Touch him! Die, you miserable demons! Yeah! Fear the rock!
Oh, there's the last one. You're both mine. Alrighty, Gondorian.
Thank you.
Oh, there's another guy.
Crackhorn.
Vulnerable to stealth. Alright, I'm gonna go for you then. Because you're probably probably gonna be a worthwhile grab for me personally while I'm here. Gotta boost the ranks.
Crackhorn.
Man swine!
Ah!
What do you want here? You're gonna save them, are you?
Yeah.
Take them back home to Minas Ithil? It's over!
Stand, man of the West!
Cross his face!
I hate dogs!
Alright, do a quick recruitment.
I am your master!
Yeah, we recruited a follower of every advanced class. Alright, stay with me and fight. We got business to do.
Show me who's worthy!
So
Are you able to fight?
More than able.
Destroy all bitch! For the white tree!
There we go. Gotcha. There was no way I was gonna recruit him, so death was the next best thing. Plus, he didn't give me much.
You're injured.
It's nothing. You saved us. Again.
You were right. Staying in Mordor is certain doom. But I cannot leave.
My lady.
Then we will be doomed. Together.
Oh, look at that. They're being together. Good for them. Hey, we completed all the Gondorian quests now. We get make warriors you summon much stronger. Excellent. And we got ourselves a fast travel tower. Right here we can help purify, which is good for us. Oh my gosh, Talion is almost at level 30. This is kind of insane. Alright.
Milia Kenneth Lean Amonion!
Yeah. God, I just love this mechanic. Alright, there we go. So... ding. And then... dongs. Alright, so the burrow there can be a fast travel point, which we're going to need to check out. An artifact there as well. Ooh, and all the way over there. Interesting. Alright, let's head to the burrow.
Stakuga.
Stakuga. Beast-proof, enraged by frost. Alright, let's change our thingy-majiggy from being frost to... let's go with poison. Poison might be a good one to use.
You should have ran while I was busy with the beast. Now I'll bleed you both.
That's fine by me. Go.
I appreciate this slaughter. He just appeared.
Kill him.
Strike him!
There we go. More to my ranks.
Oh, the fun we'll have.
Yep. Making you a spy will be
Yes,
fine
my
by
lord.
me.
You will obey!
Alright, so we got you. Who the... 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 war chiefs? Jesus, that's a lot of war chiefs. We're gonna have a very difficult time, aren't we?
Scream for me! It's a category. Did you hear that? From the side! I see the ranger!
Oh, she loves memory. That will be very nice. Alright. Hi there, Vortex Stag. Welcome to the stream. I am going through just like a whole ton of Shadow of War because I really wanted to play a lot of it, but I also wanted to go through some of the main campaign. So I thought I would stream it this morning / afternoon.
I will make my sacrifice.
Yeah, this is going to be a very confusing... Oh, there we go. There. So yeah, how's my day going? It's going pretty good. I'm back under 100 kilograms. It's like 99.9, sure, but it's still...
There is calculation in her every move.
Still, you know, worth it. Still under 100. So yeah, and my sister helped me clean up my apartment yesterday, getting rid of some of the old clothes. We found some older clothes from university that actually fit me as well, so that's pretty good. I'm pretty chuffed with myself about that one. Okay, so we can do a bodyguard. And this one gives us stronger warriors, which I want to go for. And then we have an additional skill point. I like the idea of the freezing blast at the end of the Elven Fury. So we're going to go with that one. There's a hoodie here that, you know, does a little bit of extra stealth, which I'm fine with. Alright. There was a... Here it is. We need to find that burrow. It's a deep and winding path, so it's probably going to take us a bit. But if we can find this burrow, it means that we have a better chance of... Oh, there you are, up here. We find this burrow, we then have the door that we can fast travel to, which will be less of a problem. And there it is. An Ithilden door. We have to, like, you know, use the words that we find around this area to make a little poem here. But since I haven't found any of the words here, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. So, there's a few places I need to go. So there's a door here, there's a artifact there. All right. Gonna fast travel back to this tower, get to that door there. But yeah, a lot of busy work. There's a number of like main quests and side quests. I wanted to do the main quests on stream, so then that way we weren't it wasn't gonna be me just like farming out the captains and the war chiefs. So I'm glad that I was able to get through some of this stuff here. There's another set of side quests we can do. And it's like for the Whatsamahuzi Fury. So those ones are going to be what we do next. And there we go. So this is one of the words.
Ogol.
And one of the other quests we have... There it is. Karnan's Bane. Tar Goroth rises from its pit in Gorgoroth. It cannot be allowed to surface. So we're going to go for that mission there.
Rises from its pit.
And we must send it back to the depths.
I've never heard tales of these Balrogs.
Few have survived to tell them.
Let's just blow this up. There we go. Easy. And now we get ourselves another piece of information. So yeah, slowly but surely, we will figure out who all these fucking war chiefs and captains in this area are. But my goodness, there's a whole ton of them, so...
Who forged this blade?
Kneel before me!
In all guerrilla warfare, information gathering is key. Because the more information we gather about the captains, if we ever get ambushed, we'll have a better opportunity of, like, exploiting weaknesses through research.
You are mine!
So, and yes, right now I am just going through all the war chiefs who are less likely to, you know, ambush me and such, but it's worth doing. Nice. Ooh, 1,000 points. That's pretty good. Alright, is there any captains I need to worry about here? Oh.
Two-horn.
Aha. Poison-proof, frost-proof, enraged by poison. He has a cursed weapon, so fire is my best option. Alright. Alright, let's see how we go.
Ah, dear! You fell! We'll share your meat for supper! Stab him again! Kill, kill, kill!
Oh, he's a Vault Breaker as well. Is he arrow-proof? No, he is not. Cool. And he's a legendary, so another good reason
Don't
for
know
kill.
who he is yet, but we'll just torture maggots until we find him. Ooh, and speaking of torture...
Nice try. You're not going to be able to.
Ah, got you! Back, you stupid chalk! I've already foiled you once! Got you, sir! None of that! Kneel! You love pain! Hated to do it! Don't even try it! Try standing here! Kill it! Feel it!
Oh wait, no, I can't recruit you, so what's the point? There's no point. There we go. He's too high of a level. I wasn't gonna be able to recruit him, so I'm glad I stopped myself then when I could. And we get ourselves a Marauder's Dagger. If we're holding two of them and Picking up Thingy-Majiggy increases damage by 2% per something gained for 20 seconds. Neat. Enemies killed by stealth attacks have a 29% increased chance of dropping gold. Nice. It's a pretty good weapon, if I say so myself. Recruit an orc from the Dark Tribe that is level 20 or higher. That is likely going to be happening at some point in, you know, all my different missions. So we got that out of the way. Got that squared away. And let's go and do this mission. We're gonna be dealing with a Balrog. Oh joy! A corrupted old god of some sort. There's the...
Targaroth, we call you to the shallows. Rise and join our glory. Rise and join the Shadow's army. Come to us. Rise. Rise. Rise.
What do they unearth?
They are summoning death. But it will be death for all.
Well, looks like we got something to do.
These swords give me the creeps.
What the fuck? We can't come in from this side? What the world? There we go. Oh, come on. Come on. Damn it. I couldn't. I wanted to do like a little, like, you know, there we go. Alright, get rid of you. You. There we go.
What an honor to meet the most famous dead man in Mordor. You really shook the world with that ring-forging trick of yours. After that, Targaroth only needed a little coaxing. Now, it rises to the surface, and it comes for you. Zog.
Cursed weapon. He is unbreakable. And he reanimates the dead.
He's a ranger. We can't fight. Don't be sad. It doesn't end here. I will wake all the dead of Mordor before we're done. All the lives you ended. And once they're risen, who do you...
Stop talking and let me kill you!
Oh, yes. We'll
Why do they need to do... Oh.
It has begun. The Balrog is rising.
We'll not give it the chance.
Alright, we gotta get down there. Hopefully we have a way of batting a Balrog, because I doubt a ranger is weak enough to... Oh, there was more of these guys. Ugh.
Fools. No one can tame a Balrog.
This Balrog looks armored as well, weirdly enough. Oh wait, no, they've always been armored. They never had, like, you know, a lacking of armor. Yep, well, they're dead.
This foe is beyond us, Celebrimbor.
Not with the spirit of Khanan at our side.
Woken by death's ring, flames burn us. You woke him.
But you'll at least help us, right?
You woke him.
Then I guess it is I that shall slay him.
We must fire into its bag.
To pitted sleep, we bury again. You trespass my dominion.
Doing the best that we can with what we can.
Hargoroth cannot escape. Leap! We must leap!
Yep, on my way. Doing what we can. Alright, cool. We were able to get through that side mission. Or, you know, that thing. Get up! Oh.
Earth compel you. Wind compel you.
Oh, am I just doing, like, counters? Is that the plan? Oh, wait, now I can do stuff.
Ah. Sargoroth devour sauce.
Uh-oh. Cross. There we are. Stay alive. There. Uh-oh, wings. Where's the button mashing? I can imagine the button mashing is about to happen. Again, so we gotta go chase him, and hopefully he doesn't get out into the real world. Well, the world of Mordor, I should say. Where? Oh, there he is. Do we have a trick? Please tell me we have a trick. That doesn't look like a trick. He should be relatively easy to track since he's, you know...
No rest for you. No rest for we, deathless one.
He's literally just leaving fire in his wake.
She is truly a power to be reckoned with.
The spirit of Kanan has witnessed Middle-earth's devastation and its revival many times over. She was here before any of us, and she will be here long after we have perished.
If we do not stop Torgoroth, it will venture far beyond Mordor, to Rohan and Gondor.
That cannot happen.
It's gonna hit Gondor before it hits Rohan, but thank you for putting Rohan, like, at the top of your concerns there. So, everyone wonders where Gondor was when the West Bank fell, but no one cares about Rohan. And a Shelob memory there. Awesome. More towers have been purified. And let's see. So we can do capture missions. There's a door behind there. Alright, let's have a look at our quests. So we've completed Gondor, Shelob. So this will get us up to 50%. Rampages through Mordor. Bruise's quest. You hold the region of Nurnin, but for how long? Sauron's preparing to attack your fortress and retake. It must be defended. Alright, we gotta go and help Bruise out. So it's all the way over there. Can we... Yep, we can fast travel directly to our fortress. Excellent! Standing up once again. Ah, stretching. Ah, good big stretch. There we go. All right. The best defense. All right.
Ranger! You've got trouble!
Generally the case.
Don't bother the boss with your nonsense, you little whinger.
Whinger? Honestly, Bruce, that hurts. That hurts even more.
What's the trouble?
A broken rib, I think. But what I wanted to tell you is, the fort is being attacked. The Dark Lord knows you're here, and the door to my escape tunnel is jammed.
A test of our defenses.
And our defenders. Bruce, prepare to defend the fort.
That sounds like a job for Overlord What's-His-Name, seeing as how I was passed over for that position.
You will do as you are told.
Come on, bright fella. Just having a laugh. You know how I love snapping off heads. I'll defend the fort like it was my own.
I'll help with the defense as well. I'll start with the food in the pantry. Make sure it hasn't been poisoned.
Good work for you, Ratbag. I know you're not gonna betray me, but you're gonna be useless to me. Alrighty.
You were foolish to think you could hold a fortress in Mordor. And if you think you, or any of your traitors, will survive this day, you are more foolish still.
Shadow mount you, so then that way we get ourselves... Thought I would have, like, you know, more shots with you, but okay. Let's get rid of you out of the way. Nope.
It burns, and you're going to burn with it.
Hi there, Bookie. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I didn't see Bookie's hello earlier. Fear of Morgue flies, damage by range attacks and executions, bestial fury, bestial
Oh, so sorry.
Like that?
That was a good one.
Alright. You are going to be mine.
Join the army of the Bright Lord!
Welcome back, Audia Bear!
To you.
Nice! Retreat. You are done here.
Yes, master.
House is under attack!
When did they get the fuck in?
Hold the gatehouse!
Three heads obey! You see these two lads here, to me left, to me right? They have a very specific plan for you. And I'm... Oh, right. They just want me to shut up and kill you.
Snafu.
Soft target. Cool.
Kneel before me! Join my army!
There we go.
I am your servant.
Retreat. I don't need you.
Sending me off, eh?
Let me teach you! He's under attack!
You will serve me!
I don't know if the game was expecting me to just recruit every fucking person here. So.
God, you.
They're targeting the inner gate. If these orcs reach the keep,
Then that is where they will die.
Righto.
Cut you down! Don't let...
Oh! Well, you were an easy kill, thank goodness. And there's Bruise. Well, you're not gonna have any problems.
We won't be getting our
Mix a little venom with some dark.
Not interested in you. I'm kind of busy with a different captain right now.
Wish you was dead, right up until it kills you.
I was readying my troops to march on Gondor. And then I had to totally change my plans and bring them way out here. You're not just a poor warrior and a shoddy leader, Ranger. You're damned inconsiderate. I've got you. That's the end of it.
submit! I am your master!
There we go.
Combining efforts is a wise choice! Wise choice!
Retreat. I don't need
Don't
you.
you dare leave me alone! Right,
Did you see that one?
Rangers! They're at the gatehouse!
Tremble before me! Swear loyalty to the Bright Lord!
Got him.
Whatever you want, Bright Lord. Bright Lord.
And get you out of the way as well.
Right.
He went down right quick.
He did because I recruited him. Da, 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 da. Back to the keep we go. Who is the final war chief we have to... Oh, no war chiefs to fight. Nice.
Reckon that's the last of them, boss.
Another attack will surely come.
I hope so. This one was a blast.
You fought very well.
Told you I'd defend this fort like it was my own.
Ah, I should have known.
Turns out, it is.
God damn, that's a skewer of a spear right there. Fuck. Nurnin is lost. Bruise betrayed us, losing our fortress. Alright. Vengeance.
Treason! We will retake our fortress. We will slaughter that wretched Olog and all who stand with him.
And what of the ones who stand with us? Clearly their loyalty cannot be trusted.
All who resist will be made an example of.
Alright. Nothing really recruitable here. Who? Alright. We got plenty of people with us, quite frankly. We can easily take this guy on. Let's see. Let's see, do I have an assassin on me? I have a feral tracker, I got a slayer, tracker. Nah, it doesn't look like I got anyone. Let's go with you, my friend. Oh, so many. This is going to be fun. Alright, oop, nope, hang on. Headshot a poisoned enemy? Oh, hell yeah. Keep track of that mission, thank you very much. Recruit an orc from the Dark Tribe that is level 20 or higher. Alright.
So, the Targ lost his fort, Ratbag and his Olog chum are out, and now we got a proper strong opener.
There we go. That was good.
There he is.
Alright. Rose is riding high. Time to bring him low.
Ranger, you've got trouble. Bruce is taking over your fortress.
I figured that was the plan when he stabbed me in the back.
From the back right through to the front. I mean, you were like bleeding just...
Yes, Ratbag, I get it.
The point is, the other orcs know that you had Bruce with your suffer me now. And they know he broke free, which has caused quite an impression, let me tell you. Orcs are lining up to follow him. Now, I'm not one to tell you how to do your business, but you need to put a stop to him right away. And you might want to mount a rescue.
A rescue?
Yeah, he's taken over a bunch of prisoners, one of whom is your overlord, I'm pretty sure. You might want to save them.
Where?
This way. Really, it was like you were stuck on a spit and just...
Quiet!
There are 3 prisoners. You go in and do your thing. I'll stay back and scout the area. I'm a really good scout.
Scouts go booth. On ahead.
And die? That's why I'm so good. Oh, right, here we are. Commence scouting.
I wish we could have snatched that.
You're good with sword and dagger, but, have you tried an axe? The weight is all out on the end of the... Now, to kill every last one of Bruce's kind.
So far, so good. There are 2 more prisoners.
Yes, you said 3, and we've got 1. I can count.
Oh, well that'll come in handy.
I believe Bruce has never lost a fight. Now, I've only lost a few, but he's lost none.
Now.
Set me free! I want a shot at revenge!
Posh.
Beast fodder and dazed by stunning. Also, I should probably change my character to do the poison thing. Hang on a second. Poison blast. There we go.
That's why I love watching it talk.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's recruit you.
You will serve the Bright Lord.
At your command, my lord. Command, my lord.
Retreat.
Very good, my lord. Set me free! I want a shot at revenge!
Yep.
Thank you, Master.
Up ahead is the last... Well, you know, you were doing the counting.
Yes, I know.
Those things he's so great. I'd like to see someone break him down and humiliate him.
Set me free so I can serve you! Our door is ours!
And free you.
Let me kill Bruce, boss. Please.
I shall be the one to kill Bruce. Time to go Assassin's Creed style on them. I've been going Assassin's Creed style on so much in this game. It's so much fun. It's a mixture of Assassin's Creed with, like, you know, actual planning, and like, you know, information gathering with Batman kind of combat. It's great.
Oh, right, Bruce. In his fortress. Your fortress. Had a lot of owners, that fortress. Oh, and the fortress was mine. It's a wee bit drafty, but oh, the views! I mean, I made a lot of improvements to that place.
Did you now, Ratbag?
Like your tunnel.
Yeah! I had an escape tunnel. Smart thinking, I thought. You know, great if you need to get out, that's for sure.
We could use that.
Why? We don't need to get out.
But we need to get in.
Use it to get back in.
Right.
Where is this tunnel?
This way. I'm pretty sure.
Let's hope we go the right way. Oh, sweet. Do we just go straight in? That'll be nice.
Welcome back, boss. So what was the plan? Rescue your boys? Bring them here for some kind of reckoning?
Ratbag is a good comedy relief, though. Let's be real.
Stain Ratbag.
I'm behind
Tell
it.
you what, I've got some friends too, me. Yeah, we can have a real party, a right shindig. Yeah, we can have some grog, play a few fun party games like pull the arms off the ranger. Have at it, boys.
Tear him apart! That doesn't it?
This foot's
He's right, you know. We're gonna play all the games we know with you, and then maybe we'll come up with some new ones, using whatever's left of ya.
You know your problem? Too many arms! I'm gonna fix it right now! And everyone will know who did that to the Tark!
Enough jibber-jabber! Take him down!
I need to recruit this guy.
Am I right? Your time is too for me!
Oh, come on.
Go on! One of those executioners was my mate! I'm gonna kill you for what you did to him!
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you too.
You will submit!
Say fuck it. Mine.
You fight for the Bright Lord!
Your will is my command! My command!
Stay and fight.
We'll skewer them together! Bleeding all over the place! Dance with me! Right into my trap!
Nice. So you got rid of him.
Catch me out! You're done! I'm bleeding all over the place! Feeling much better, thanks! You even know what counter means? That's talking blood!
Such a bugger, Ranger. Wasn't supposed to go this way. You will see me again. Sure as striking a Catagor!
He won't get far. We will find him and use him to show all of Mordor what happens to those who oppose the Bright Lord.
Oxygen for Londor! You serve me now!
Thank you.
We will conquer Sauron! Conquer Sauron!
Alright.
Whatever you say, boss.
Please don't leave the captain bleeding out to die. That would be very annoying if he did.
This fortress is once again under my command. An attempted rebellion has been put down. Its conspirators have been put to the...
BRB, you're putting the chicken away? Not to, putting the chicken, sorry, not singular. You got more than one. Not to worry.
Hold this fortress!
I should probably go and pick up my lunchtime shake shortly. And I'll probably move over to, you know, just chatting for a little bit. Because I have been playing this game and I have just been, like, fully absorbed into it. I've not been, like, hugely communicative. I'm so sorry. And there's always going to be something to talk about. So, Lord knows I have things I want to... Actually, what is it that I do want to talk about? Because this game has definitely taken a lot of my, what's the phrase? I'm taking a lot of my brain power. Alright, we can promote someone to Overlord, and it's going to be Ugal the Berserker. He's of an epic level. It should be appropriate that it's him. War Chief's promoted. So, yeah. Missing? Ratbag wants to meet with you. Ah, okay. Okay. Fighting pits for the maggots, an online fighting pit, online conquest, online vendetta. Alright. So, here's... Alright, so that's the fast travel point. That's... Ratbag's place. That's a tribal monument. 100, 100. 30%. 22, 56. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So yeah, here's what's gonna happen. I am going to really quickly get my morning shake organized. I'm gonna head back into the chatting room, and we're gonna have, you know, just a little bit of a closing chat and what have you. So give me and I also need to go to the bathroom. So there's gonna be a few advertisements. So you're gonna need to give me a minute when that happens. So I'm gonna run an advertisement while that's going off, okay? So hopefully you all enjoy the advertisements. Be back in a bit. Going the other way now. Alrighty. So now we're in. So the Emperor has vored us, as Zyop has mentioned. Some of this. Okay. Why the fuck does he have a mirror all the way down here? He has a very nasty habit. Like, what? Oh, what the fuck? A long-legged, lanky, tall boy. They have made me taller than Wolk, who is a dude with glasses and is a bit of more stocky. Izzy, sorry, not Izzy, Butts, if you are watching this right now, this is now going to be immortalized as a Twitch clip, but, I am shorter than Wolk IRL. Wolk and I have met good, but then to get to rank 3, you have to go through 60. Does that make sense? Also, where the fuck is... How am I... Oh, that's why. Dun, 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 dun. That's what I'm hoping for. Alrighty, I am going to swap inputs, so instead of it being display, it's going to be HDMI, so I get like a direct pass-through to the video game. In assistance from Victoria State. Hey, it's an Australian game! That's why Sashera wants me to play this. Sash! We're playing the Untitled Goose Game, Sash! Come join us! Oh, boy. Oh! Oh! Yes! Boobies! Yes! Did it! Oh my god, Pogs, did you see it? I got a hole in one! Got a hole in one. First try. Yes! Hey, that sounds like what the Ishgardians had with the dragon fuckers. I forgot the name of the dragon fuckers. Does anyone remember the name of it? Hey. Alright, advertisement is almost done in like, you know, what's a mahoozy? So 10 seconds and I'm already back. And I'm just shaking up. I'm going for a strawberry flavored shake, so I kind of quite like the flavor, personally speaking, so. Hi, Starkuma. Thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate it. Alright, we're all back. We're all out of advertisement now. Looks like we're all out of advertisements from the looks of it. So yeah, so I'll stop the... Ah, Jack! Not the crows! We're gonna be back right the fuck now. Hi there, Jack. How's it going? How goes the... I see you playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Just getting my afternoon shake. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Aim, I hope you're doing alright. So yeah, my good, so much of this game to like run through and what have you. I don't want to like step in on the side quests outside of stream because I feel like those are very much worthwhile doing. It might be worth doing, like, the online conquest missions, because it looks like... I think I have to go through those anyway, but... Like, those ones I probably will go on stream once I've, like, recruited all the different people. But yeah, missions such as the side quests, like the elf thing, the Shelob's memory, the door, the Gondorian artifacts, and, you know, reconnaissance, all those, absolutely, I'm gonna be doing those off stream and such. But yeah, there's so many games in my little to-do list that I need to go through. So yeah, hi there, Sir Dragon. Good work on the himbo rating. It's over half. So yeah, so hang on a second. Let me just get Opera GX running right now, so then that way it pops up over here. So, because there is a number of games in my little what's-mahoozy. So, drive. Google. My goodness, I have not gone into Google Drive in a while. Grant Johnson. Oh, yeah, remember this stat? This is fucking crazy. No, it's not that one, it's something else. Alright, Drive. Close that one. Alright, new document. So, current backlog. So, cool, got it. So we got like different tabs. Nice. So, yeah, right at the get-go. So, first header. So these are games started. So games slash series started. So right at the get-go, the current games I got going off, as you know, is Shadow of War, or the Mafia trilogy, definitive editions, sorry. What else do I have going on? Oh, Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm doing that sort of as a mixture of off time and on time, quite honestly. Odd for you to be streaming today, hence why I'm late. Hey, not to worry, Sir Dragon. I posted in the Discord that I was like, hey, you know, kind of feel like doing it, and you know, I kind of liked being able to do it. Granted, if you've been watching me for like the last 3 hours, you'd find that I was just being very reactive to what I was doing in game. I wasn't really engaging with chat, which is, you know, I would like, I'm not a pro gamer. Like, people are not watching me for the pro plays and what have you. They're watching me for the I would like to think they're watching me for the personality. What do you think you watch me for, actually? You know what? I probably should have asked that, like, before I went on my little rampage. Why do you watch me? Alright, cool. That strawberry shake is now done. I'll just need to go through more water. So, games and series that I've started. Dark Souls. So, I gotta go through 2 to 3. What else is in my Final Fantasy 14? Fantasy 14. What else is in my little category? Oh, Ninja Gaiden. I started doing Ninja Gaidens because there's Ninja Gaiden Black Edition, then there's Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, and I think there's rumor of Ninja Gaiden 4 coming out at some point. So it's not hugely tricky. It's just, you know, taking time to figure out how shit works. What else are games that I've started playing that, or series that oh, Yakuza. So I've already done 0 to 4. So right now I want to go through the modern era, so post Like a Dragon. So post Like a Dragon. So we've got that one there. What else? What other games have I started that I've not yet finished that I've been doing on stream? Well, I know there are some that I've, like, dropped, for instance. So, hang on. So, dropped. And so, first and foremost, The Long Drive, I've dropped. Yakuza from 5 to 6, I've dropped. I went through 0 to 4. I went through 5 Yakuza games, and I just was getting a little bit... Add Yakuza? Yeah, so yeah, Yakuza... Yeah, I've added them into those things. What are some other... I've kind of dropped Dark Souls, but I'm very much in the mood of trying to, you know, actually go through it as well, because, you know, everyone talks about Dark Souls 3 being a good one. Let's see. What are some... So there's those ones that have dropped. Actually, you know what I can do? I can look at my Steam. So, oh, Armored Core. I have not finished Armored Core 6. I've not finished Armored Core 6. I've not finished Dying Dying Light 2. And technically Monster Hunter World. Path of Exile 2. So yeah, so there's those that I was like in progress with. Maybe finishes are... Did I go through the BioShock 1 and 2 with you guys? I think I did? I don't, like... I'm trying to think if I did or not. Maybe. I think I did, so... BioShock Infinite, question mark? Let's see. What else is in my, little thing? Hey, Grant, did you know that the Busty Babe was the Dark Lord? No, the Busty Babe's not a Dark Lord. What are you on about? That sounds incorrect. Let's see. Oh, one thing I have dropped is, Psychonauts. That one I am not going through right now. Because, I don't know, like, I feel like I need to maybe go through the first Psychonauts to really appreciate the, So, Psychonauts, technically, 2 was the one I dropped. Let's see. Anything in the uncategorized? Nah, I was playing Dead Island off stream, so I wasn't playing it with you guys. I have like another 205 games here that are in the library. Dark Souls Remastered, Dark Souls 2, Skull of the First Sin, Dark Souls 3, Darkest Dungeon, Darksiders. I have a lot of Darksiders. That's kind of crazy. Did I do Darksiders with you? No, I don't think I did I? So yeah, so there's all these so those are all the games that are like, oh, I'm kind of in the progress of doing. And then over in the next area. So it's like, you know, game/series I want to start. So the ones that I want to start is Final Fantasy, like the earlier ones, so 1 to 6, because I got like the Pixel remake, Gears of War, because I saw like a little documentary about the making of it, and I was like, oh, this was like a proper, like, add Forza Motorsport or Gran Turismo, we need to get your driving skills up. Oh, that is actually a game I did play for a little bit. Forza Horizon 5, I think it was. But I'm not doing too many driving games. I don't know. They don't interest me as strongly. Oh, and then one that I did drop is Need for Speed. But yeah, so Final Fantasy, Gears of War, Crash Bandicoot, Nathan Drake, so Uncharted, Uncharted, so the Nathan Drake collection. What other games do I have in my little to-do list? I've already gone through Kingdom Hearts, got Final Fantasy on there. Dragon Quest, honestly, because like 1 and 2, or sorry, 1 to 3 look kind of cool. There was like a, god damn, there was like a, what was the number? Oh, Atomfall. That one looks a little bit interesting to me personally. Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't know if I want to do Assassin's Creed Shadows on stream, because I remember, like, I got into Assassin's Creed when Assassin's Creed first came out. I loved the first game, and I saw at E3 Assassin's Creed 2, and it looked hella fun, hella hype, and I pre-ordered for that. I pre-ordered for 2, Brotherhood, Revelations. I purchased 3, not as a pre-order, but just, you know, purchased it. Same with 4, and then I think from there, like, I didn't play Rogue because that was only available on console. I played Unity, and everyone was complaining about Unity. I played Origins, I played Odyssey, I played Valhalla, and because of everyone's, like, complaint of Valhalla and what have you, and then we had Assassin's Creed Mirage, I didn't play Mirage, I just decided to, like, go through a little recap of it, because, you know, it didn't seem like it was a proper progression of the modern storyline. It was just a side story, and I don't know how I feel about the Assassin's Creed Shadows, because it looks like it's a banger, but I'm kind of worried, like, is it actually, you know, doing some progression, or is it another side story? Portal series? I've played that off stream, though. I've definitely played Portal. Maybe Portal 2's, like, co-op might be a fun one to do, so maybe? Because I reckon Portal, if I have, like, a good day, I could probably get through the first one in, like, one sitting, and then Portal 2, I can do the co-op adventure or something like that with someone. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a, let me do another category, because this is one, because, like, there's definitely, so, game/series chat want to start. So, because there's, like, moderators and what have you that are like, oh, you need to do this. So, Ripper has asked me, wants me to go through Metal Gear Solid, so that's a Ripper request. So we got Portal, which is from Sir Dragon, that was just thrown that. Gran Turismo. Turismo? Another Sir Dragon. What's another game that people have been like, hey, are you gonna play this? I'm trying to think of a one that's, like, people have, like, been asking me to do. Because there's definitely been some of, like, I don't think people have asked me for GTA. Games I want to start. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. GTA 6. What if it sucks? It will be hilarious. Look, I have asked, like, I've mentioned this at work, and I think I've mentioned it in, like, one random person's chat during, like, a Nintendo Switch Direct thing, but I have a legitimate concern. Everyone is hyped for GTA 6. All we've gotten so far from GTA 6 is rendered cutscenes. We don't exactly have a full idea of, you know, whether they're in-game rendered cutscenes only, or if they're, like, you know, the game rendered cutscenes as well. Because there is a difference. You can have a game engine do cinematic cutscenes, and it be slightly different from, like, the in-game what's-mahoozies. So we have all that, which is, you know, just the simple fact that we don't know what the game will actually play like. And everyone's like, oh, it's just going to play like GTA. And I'm like, cool. What does that entail? And why would we play that over GTA 5, which has now been around for, like, you know, 10 years? You're back with dinner? Nice. Did you cook one of the chickens for that? I don't know if that's what you use the chickens for. I just know you put the chickens away, but that's about it. That's the most I have. But yeah, so Saints Row. I love how you just throw Saints Row. I've already played Saints Row. I'm not going to be pushing myself to try and go through that kind of nonsense again. I wish and no. But yeah, so everyone's, like, hyped for GTA 6, and everyone thinks it's going to be, like, an amazing game because it's from Rockstar Studios. 2K Games is doing all the thing, and everyone in the gaming industry is doing their best to avoid GTA 6 release date. Like, there are people who are aware that GTA 6 is going to come out 2025. They don't know when. Their own games are ready for 2025, but they do not want to release it within the week or two that GTA 6 is going to be released. Which, I'm going to be real with you, just think about that for a minute. Think about that for a minute. There are people who have made their own video games. There are studios out there with tens of thousands of people who have been paid, and their livelihoods are based on the success of the games they released. And they're holding off on releasing the games themselves, which, I'm gonna be real with you, why? Because of GTA 6. And their concern is that, oh, GTA 6 is just gonna be such a huge game that everyone is gonna get into it. And here I am with, like, my, you know, negative Nancy thought of, what if GTA 6 sucks? What if the story doesn't hit people? What if all the people that were normally interested in GTA have gone down, like, the alt-right pipeline and don't like GTA 6 because it's trying to push a narrative they're not interested in? What if the people who have been putting so much time into GTA Online don't want to go into GTA 6 because they've already got so much fun shit in GTA 5 online mode that they don't want to move to 6? Like, there is a greater potential for GTA 6 to go wrong than it is to go right. Think about it. Like, this thing is being, like, you know, everyone's hyping themselves up for it. There's going to be people disappointed in GTA 6. And if you think about, like, a lot of the releases in the past, there's been a lot of studios who have kind of been fumbling the ball when it comes to either managing of their own IPs, releasing of games, and what have you. What are we talking about here? Hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. Code, what if GTA 6 sucks? This is a real question. Like, this isn't me, like, being a troll. This is me being genuine. Because guess what? We are not immune to propaganda and what have you. I mean, GTA 5 sucks. Strong. That is a strong take. I'm gonna be real with you. There is a lot of people that love GTA 5, though. I imagine there's more people who love GTA 5 for their online mode, for the means of being able to have, like, lots of money and chaos and what have you. So you're indifferent? Cool. Okay, so I'm in a crowd. I have viewers that could not care about GTA 6, and here I am like, what if it sucks? Because I've got people at work that are just like, don't you dare say that out loud. There are people that very much are in the mood to play GTA 6, and the last thing they want is it to not go well, which is going to be, you know, kind of it's going to be tragic if it does, but, like, I think we need to brace ourselves for that, considering, historically speaking, so many of the established, like, developers and IPs that we have been going through in the last few years have not gone well. There's been some bad press. Sony exclusives have been going on a downturn, and some people are very annoyed about that. Xbox is pulled out from the console wars. Nintendo is going up in price, and that's just in the console area. Meanwhile, over on Steam, we have been having more games being released than ever before, but some of the most popular games are ones that are busybody work, such as, you know, Schedule I and, like, you know, Burger Flipper Simulator, Power Washing Simulator. Like, there are so many dad games. You making a list of games to play? I am making a mixture of lists of games that I've started. This list is fairly long. Games that I have dropped, games that /series that I kind of want to get into, and games and series that chat wants me to get into. I remember there was something in your, like, little thingy-majiggy Code that you were like, oh, Grant, how have you not played this game? Was it Dragon Quest, I wonder? Like, should it be going into there instead, or is it a different game entirely? So, because I'm not... But yeah, so, you don't remember? Look, fair enough. I should probably have this, like, open more often than not, so then that way when people say, hey, remember to do this, I'm like, absolutely, and then I go in and do the thing. God Eater, baby? Sci-fi role-playing game by Bandai Namco. Okay. It's a TV series? I don't know how I feel about that. Is it over for the franchise? Start with the titular game on PlayStation Portable. Okay, has 6 games, including 3 revamps and several manga adaptations. So we got God Eater Burst, which is the expanded version of the original, released in Japan. It includes new gameplay. The God in the title of the Western look like was... Oh, okay, so it changed from God to God's Eater. Potentially to avoid religious affiliation with any individual god. So God Eater 2 went on the portable and the Vita. Rage Burst came out on the Vita, the PlayStation 4, and would later be ported to Windows. A remake of God Eater Burst, itself a remake of the original God Eater, again. That's kind of funny. It's Monster Hunter with guns. Monster Hunter has guns, though. The game was released for PlayStation 4 was released on PlayStation 4 and PC, Switch version. Oh, okay, so there's been 3 God Eater games so far. There's been 3, but this has guns, all caps. Oh my god, it's gotten a fucking adaptation by Ufotable of all people. Jesus. God Eater 3. Looks cool. It's kind of old though, isn't it? Then, all right, let's go to God Eater, and then they call it God's Eater Burst. Several parts. I think you would enjoy it. Alright, well, I'll put that under your little thingy-majiggy. There are 4 games, one not called God Eater. But yeah, there's been, like, so many games that I've, like... There's so many games that I've started, or series that I've started, that I need to, like, you know, find time to get rid of. Oh, Juzo!
With the 2-month tier 1 sub. Wah.
And I have given you the game? What the fuck, Code? What do you mean you've given me the game? Where? Excuse me? Oh, goodness. Oh, actually, you know what? A game that I did want to start. Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Some of these games, I'm going to be frank with you, I might just play off-stream, personally. You will never know. Oh my goodness. It's probably in my list of, like, gifted games right now. I've got Code Vein. I still need to go through Code Vein. I don't know why Icarus is in my gifted category. It should not be there. It was not gifted to me. Inculati was gifted to me. Lethal Company was gifted to me. Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy I finished. Okami I have completed. Path of Exile 2 is in progress. Dry Cereal I've completed. So yeah, so happy to go through Code Vein with you. I've been in it once before. We need to be playing games. Oh! It Takes Two. It Takes Two, or Split Fiction, or A Way Out. So it's a co-op adventure, so we'll need to find something for that. I'm currently taking a break from War Thunder. War Thunder, I have been playing, but you're not going to find me playing it often, I'm going to be real with you. I will play it when it suits me. Or when, what's-a-mahoozy, Unnamed, is like, hey, you're going to play War Thunder, and then, like, you know, pays me $2 to go play War Thunder. Let's see. So we got Final Fantasy 1 to 6. The Metal Gear Solid series, Monster Hunter, Psychonauts, I think I'm gonna drop. Remnant from the Ashes. Oh, that's actually, I know that one's something Code wanted me to start. Remnant from the Ashes. So that was another one from Code. Also, yeah, as far as, like, games I'm taking a break from, I'm also taking a break from blah 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 blah. I'm also taking a break from Path of Exile. Engrel and you beat it? Ah, okay, okay. Let's see. Counter-Strike, Dark and Darker, Dead Island, Death in the Water 2. God, there's a number of games that I was like, oh, let me just quickly get this game. I probably spent like 30 or 60 bucks to get the game, but then lo and behold, I get the game and I've not done anything with it since getting it. Like Fishing Planet, Forever Skies, Friend vs. Friend, a game about digging a hole. I just, for whatever reason, I just do not commit to actually, you know, whatever games I pick up and such, I do not commit to, like, playing or going through with them. Yeah, I'll probably make I'll probably make Kingdom Come Deliverance a, you know, play it in my own time kind of thing. Mega Quiz Gaming. Huh. That one looks fun. Oh, it's meant to rise for whatever reason. Motion Studio, I've not done anything in. Multiverses, I think, is getting shuttered at some point. Let's see. Park Full of Cats. Got the first part pack of Exile for whatever reason. Oh, would you look at that? Portal 1 and Portal 2. Prop Hunter, Prop and Seek, Pummel Party, Replica, or whatever Ricochet is. Risk of Rain, RPG Maker, Satisfactory, Scheming Through the Zombie Apocalypse, whatever the fuck that is. Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, Oh Wonderlands, One Shot Adventure, Totally Accurate Battlegrounds, Undertale. Oh yeah, because I think that was like a free game or something like that, and I've not ever played it before. Space Marine 2, the public test servers, Vermintide 2, Warudo, web fishing. God, remember when everyone was getting into web fishing of all things? Crazy. Hi there, Fizz. Welcome to the stream. Cool little giddy duck there. Let's see. Oh, Devil May Cry. I know people... Someone's wanted me to play Devil May Cry at some point. Devil May Cry. Oh, look, there's Code. He's just like, why not do the Devil May Cry series? Well, I don't have the first 3 games is the thing. Or actually, I don't have the first 4 games. I've played the Devil May Cry remake by Ninja Theory, but I've not played the you know, the original Devil May Cries. You can get them on Steam. All right, one second when I look at the Steam page. Devil May Cry franchise sale. 75% off. Oh my goodness, what? So, let me just have a look at the sale. So, Devil May Cry 4, Devil May Cry 5, Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, Devil May Cry HD Collection. Huh. So what's the HD Collection? Devil May Cry 2, and Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition return in one collection. Look, do not play that. The first appearance of Dante, the ultimate devil hunter, with the blood of a legendary demon warrior flowing through his veins. Dante takes on the king of the underworld, Mundus. Devil May Cry 2, Dance with the Devil. Set decades after the first game, the sequel adds moves like the Wall Run and Rainstorm, bringing Dante's action to the next level of stylishness. The bonus mode, Bloody Palace, also makes its debut. Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition. The prequel to the first Devil May Cry introduces Virgil, Dante's twin brother. Customize your game style by selecting from various styles to level up and gain new moves and abilities. I remember DMC Devil May Cry. Alright. So... Ding, view cart. You want a HD collection and number 4 special edition. Noted. Actually, one of the things I should probably do is... Devil May Cry HD. So... Ding dong. I need to double check and make sure that it's not just popping up in any other subscription bundle. So let's have a look. So Devil May Cry 4 is not in any subscription service. Devil May Cry 5 I've got in the thingy-diggies. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. Everyone's like playing Repo and Schedule 1. Also, I should probably change the... Actually, you know what? I'll go through this list in my own time and what have you. For now, I'm going to end the stream here. Because, you know, as cool as it would be to go through, like, you know, more of this. I'm not going to do this siege missions off stream. I'm going to go through Nemesis missions, Shadow of the Past, Webs of Fate, Ithilien Door, the Gondor artifacts. Those missions, I am most certainly going to go and do off stream in my own time and what have you. Because some of these, like, they're going to take a minute. Oh, hey, I can upgrade that gear. Nice. So, I get even more. What's Mahuzi? Destroy that. Alright, cool. And then, damn it, I didn't recruit a Dark Tribe Elf, so I'm not able to use that. That's a level 29, which is weaker than many of these things. Yeah. And then this one is... Yep, so that one's an easy destroy. Rohirrim's sword that I've not done much progression in. Destroy that. Armors that need to be upgraded at some point. Rings. But yeah, many of these missions, also skill points that I could be applying. Many of these missions I'll probably do off stream and such, but the main stuff, such as the siege warfare and the main quest stuff, I will do on stream again, and that will most likely happen on the Wednesday, I would say. So, that is gonna be it for me today. It's the afternoon right now, and Lord knows we'll need to go and find someone to raid. And at the very top of my list is someone named Void Taffy. They look to be doing some Beat Saber, so... Why are they Shadow the Hedgehog? Stream scheduled to end in 5 hours. Alright, let's go and raid into them then. Hopefully we'll be able to do that, and we're just gonna go with the... We're gonna go with the short raid message, Himbo raid. Sorry, Audible Bear. Look, I'll get the stream schedule out shortly in the future, because Lord knows, Monday I've got Mafia, Wednesday I'm probably gonna go through more Shadow of War. I don't have any plans for Wednesday. Saturday morning, I'm probably gonna need to figure out whether I'm gonna play an actual MMO, or if I'm gonna... Actually, I'm probably gonna go through Monster Hunter Wilds on the Saturday. That might actually be a good one to do. It's technically an MMO. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream, which is now getting into the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever it is that you are. And hopefully I'll see you all Monday night for some Mafia, or otherwise I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.